What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento
e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a arte antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento
e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante.
One of the user group leads here from Friends of Figma, Portugal.
Hi, hello, I'm Miguel. I'm another computer here. I guess basically want to support here to start making.
Okay, Miguel, you need to learn how to hold a microphone.
Yes.
Stay close for people to see you online. Come on, don't run away. Stay here. Okay, we're gonna give a quick heads up on the day ahead so you guys know what you can expect before we start the sessions. But first, you're designers love coffee, so I'm just gonna give you a note. Even though we don't have coffee inside this room, if you missed it, when you get into the building on the ground floor, Little Diddy's is a little coffee shop that the building has. So if you're looking for extra coffee, you know where to go. For the morning, they are the only thing open in the building. Starting lunchtime, we're also gonna have the rooftop bar always available for everything that you guys need, okay? Let's talk about our sessions. Well, first, there's us. Not much of a session, just a welcome to you guys. But then we're going to start with José Torre and his presentation on the design process is aligned. After that, Eddie, here on the right side, is also going to have his presentation about crafting a better universe. From this point on, we have the first break. And before I show the rest of the sessions, I'm just going to tell you a really cool secret. Each break, you'll have these people called happiness makers. Why are they happiness makers? Because every time that you get up, they have gifts for you when you go out for the bathroom, wherever. So you're going to get more gifts during the day. Unfortunately, we knew that we didn't have gifts for everyone, so they have to distribute. It's like first come, first serve. Please don't run over them. They're going to do their best to make sure that everyone has what they need, but just let you know that that's something that you need to take into account. From that point on, you guys here are going to have your sessions, but online we're going to have a second track. So at 11:15 after the break ends, maybe 11:20 because we're very, very late. Sorry about that. We're going to have Mind the Gap, Design to Code with Sofia Rocha and Mafalda Barata. And we're going to have Rules Are Made to Be Broken online with Tiago Almeida. On 11:45, here again, another dynamic duo, Variable Wonders, Reimagining Design Systems by Maria Taneva and Maria Novella, and Online Digital Accessibility, what I learned at the first event with Computing. And yet another duo, Developer-Friendly Design with Julia Nascimento and Maria Novella. And Online From Rand Design to Atomic Design by Biagio Di Stefano. And I think Raquel is trying to understand if we're on camera. I think we're not on camera. I'll fix it in a little second here. We are now on camera. Sorry, everyone online. Okay, and lunchtime. I think I skipped that one, but if you're looking for a place to grab lunch, the rooftop restaurant will be open. They assured me that they're going to try and accommodate for everyone if you want to go there, but if it's taking a little bit too long and you need alternatives, we have it on our FAQs on the website. If you haven't checked it yet, this QR code is just so you can go there really fast, but our website has a section that has a bunch of information for you guys to know where to go for lunch if there's no other place available. Lunch break will be here from 12:45, more or less, until 2 p.m. So 2 p.m., back on the room. But for those online, the break is going to be a little bit shorter because by 1:30 p.m. we're going to have we're going to be streaming also here in the room, but you guys do whatever. You need to grab lunch and go to places, so it takes time, we know. But we're going to be sharing the presentation online from Brendan O'Driscoll, who's the VP of Product of Figma, talking about Figma slides and the power of oral design presentation. Then 2 p.m. sessions start here. There's going to be 2 sessions between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. here. Challenges of designing game experiences with Michel Brito, from idea execution to create plugins and widgets. And my dad was calling me. And then with Carolina Alexander Barbosa. And online, we're going to have a fireside chat from the very good friends at ADP List talking about mentorship in design. Then we're going to have at 3 p.m. the talk from Gabriel Patrocinio, design thinking, design doing, design mistakes. And at 3:30, I'm going to go on stage again to do something that I hope is fun, which is called Being the Designer at the Game Show. And we're also going to have online the session from Farid Samitov, Efficient Design System Inventory, a practical workshop. Why do I think my session will be fun? It's literally a game show. You guys can get little t-shirts and Figma bottles and things like that. I just want you to participate as much as you can. So let's do our best to make that work. 4 p.m. online, we have our last talk. What is the UX designer doing in a gaming studio? And then we get to the last break and the last 2 sessions of the day. 3:30 p.m., design ops and communities of practice, cultivating design culture and collaboration. Actually, this is wrong. This is not 3:30. I think it's 4:30. Sorry about that. But we can check the website. The website does the right timings. I just did the presentation wrong. And then no such thing as bad work from Seb LaGuardia will be a last call. And we're going to have a closing session and a Q&A with all the speakers that want to join us on stage. You guys can say some extra questions, but don't hesitate to talk with the speakers. They're going to be around basically the entire day. This slide is out of order, so sorry about that. Let's talk a little bit about our partners.
Yeah, so without our partners, it would be difficult to have some support on engaging to the event. So here's our partners, and we always have been doing events with them, so it's obviously a pleasure to have them here. We have List Application, iPhone, and Tangible. You can say hi to them over there at the bottom. So
they also have goodies for you guys.
And they also have goodies, so more presents for you. Sorry. First to have it, sorry. And not only we have them here, but we also have other partners here with us. We also want to thank Club UI and the Starter for some snacks for today. And then we have a bunch of partners that, of course, without them it would be impossible. So DDP itself, and then it edits starting in all systems, shared as well. DDP list, we'll have a special talk with them as well, will be fun. And also Figmation, ladies of UI Lisbon, of course, the ladies are also with us every time, and also Design File, which will also have some surprise for you. I think Bruno will explain that better.
Yeah. Okay, can I get the quick look again? And to try to talk about that, also we have a second stage all day on. That little room there, the little corner there, it's called the Pitch Yourself stage. It's just a place where if you want to showcase your portfolio, you want to try out doing a quick pitch, a 5-minute pitch about yourself, if you're trying to present yourself, or if you have like projects or something that you're launching and you want to do a quick presentation to whoever is available to look at. It's a smaller stage, it's like a conversation with friends, there's no microphones, it's just, we have a laptop, you can connect it there, open a link, share a website, you have 5 minutes to open everyone. We have a few open slots, we're open to it. We also have already a few people that have registered to talk about things. We know that the students organizing the National Encounter for Design Students this year are going to be here. We have one of our partners, TryEase is the website. So there's a lot of options there. And last but not least, get social. Go on Instagram, go on LinkedIn, register the whole shebang. Do use the hashtag FY Players and tag us on those platforms, because our social team will be looking for the best posts, and the 2 best posts will get a ticket to go to the conference Design FAO in October. If you don't know about Design FAO, they are one of our partners, and they have this really cool conference in Faro, Algarve, every year, with speakers from all around the world, including some that are actually here on stage today too. And it's a really good experience, and it's an extension of this. We call them our sister conference, so I really hope that you guys enjoy it. And that's it. We're done with the welcome. We know we're making it very lame and everything, so we're just going to give the stage to the cool people. So if you give me a second to just set things up, we can then welcome our first speaker on stage. So let's make sure that this is working. 1 second, please. And there you go. Let's welcome on stage our first speaker of the day, José. Let's do a little test to see if you're in the right position, if this allows. Okay. Give us a second, guys. Maybe a little step to the left. There you go. See, you're there. Sorry about this. We're doing a hybrid conference sometimes with limited equipment as of these things. And Zay, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Marco, maybe turn on Zay's microphone. Always there. Zay, can you turn it on? acho que está a funcionar. Olá, hi, good morning. My name is Jose. Thanks for having me here today. So I'm a designer. I currently work at Shopify, leading the design system team, which is called Friends if you don't know. But I'm not here to talk about design systems. You can actually watch me do that on YouTube, on Figma's YouTube channel, if you like. Today I want to talk about design process. But before that, let me tell you a little story. So I always loved to draw since I was a kid. I also used to have hair on my head instead of my face, but I didn't always wanted to be a designer. I honestly didn't know that was an option. Back then, I thought that the only profitable job someone could have, someone that can draw, would have was to be an architect, because after all, people need houses to live. So I didn't have a computer or internet, so I didn't really know any better. And my family also didn't have a lot of money. So despite having good grades during school, I knew that after I finished high school, I had to find a job because I had to help at home. So university wasn't really an option for me. So knowing that, I figured that I could at least try to find something that I would like. So instead of just going to a regular high school, I found this trade school with an architectural master course. And I figured that would be something, or the next best thing to be an architect. But to my surprise, when I got there, the school no longer had that course, but they had started this graphic design course. And again, I wasn't sure what that was at the time, but it sounded like it was related with drawing, so I figured I could try it out. So I applied for it, I passed all the tests, and I did it in. And that's basically where I fell in love with design. After 3 years, we had to present our final project in this auditorium. This actual auditorium. By the way, this is not the font, so forgive me if the layout is not proper, and the fonts were not installed, but hopefully the drawings are still good. In any case, in my presentation, there was this local businessman attending to our presentations. Like every student had to make a presentation about our final project, and he really liked my project to the point where he offered me a job. So almost by accident, I became a professional graphic designer even before I turned 18. And it felt amazing. But I didn't actually turn out as well as I hoped for. I kind of took a shortcut. So the first year was really tough. It felt like an uphill battle. Can you hear me fine? So I was the only employee. I had no help. I had to learn on my own, and no one to learn from. And besides that, I was only making minimum wage, and even that wasn't really assured, because my boss started to pay me late. It's okay.
Sorry, people.
Okay.
We will activate that one.
Hello? I can continue this one. Hello? 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 Okay, that's right. So as I was saying, my boss started to pay me late, and a delay of a few days at first became weeks and then months. So it was bad luck, I guess. But I thought I had taken a shortcut, so I thought, okay, I just have to follow the process and then all this can be sorted out. After all, to become a proper designer, you need to get a design degree, and then you can find like a proper job, right? So I decided to trust this process and apply to a local university with a graphic design degree. So I could become a proper designer, the kind that actually knows how to make things pop. Long story short, this was exhausting. I kept working during the day to pay for university in these small local advertising agencies, and my classes were after work. So besides that, I also had to change jobs a few times while I was studying because sadly people not paying for my work in Portugal became a bit of a pattern. But fortunately, I made just enough to make it through my degree. And as I was finishing, I decided to also quit my job because once again they were late with payments. But at that point, I wasn't too worried because now I had finished my design degree. So I was a proper designer, so my job was about to show up. I followed the process, and I got my degree. My time is coming, right? Wrong. Actually, right after I graduated was the time that I struggled the most financially. I was tired, I was bored, to the point where I almost gave up and decided to broaden my job search beyond design. And somehow I ended up working as a cashier at Two Roads when I thought I would be a proper designer. Now, this wasn't a dream job, but it wasn't that bad. I can't complain, it helped me pay the bills. And actually, I was making more money per month working as a cashier at Two Roads than I ever did working as a designer in Portugal, which is kind of sad to think about, but hey, obviously, it's not the end of the story. So I kept searching for opportunities. I tried to be creative, and this is a lot back. It's very distracting. Is that better? Okay. So I kept searching for opportunities. I tried to be creative with my job applications, and eventually I found a job in a large and things started to look up. But don't celebrate just yet. I felt like I was doing my part, and I was getting better and faster, and I thought that people were really appreciating my work with words. But that was it, no real actions. And the more time went by, the more that started to bother me. Because I was feeling like I was this cogwheel in a machine that wasn't really valuable or valued. So after almost 3 years of being this cogwheel, I decided that in order to see some progress, I had to once again kind of break out of my box and broaden my job search. Now this time, instead of going beyond my area, I decided to go beyond my country. So I started looking for jobs in London. And this was a challenge. Searching, and finally, it looked like my luck was starting to change. In the same week, I was booked with 2 interviews in London for 2 different companies. And up to that point, I had never flown on an airplane. And after that week, I had 4 flights in the bag. And even better, I got 2 job offers. So I even got the luxury to pick one. And this was a real turning point in my career because I finally felt like I was progressing and the world was giving me a break. In my new job, I felt like I was being appreciated and actually compensated for it. Now, this progress came with a price. As we all know, designers, we are increasingly asked to quantify and measure every decision we make. We need to understand people, we need to speak the language of the business, we need to understand how things are built. We also carry a lot of ethical responsibilities. It's a lot of complexity to manage. And we often don't get enough time to actually solve things. So to help with this, people come up with frameworks. that kind of break down they work kind of like recipes that you can follow to get a particular result. A lot of different shapes that illustrate this type of frameworks, but at the end of the day, they all kind of stand for similar ideas. Basically, breaking down the design process into simple steps that you can follow and explain to your team and your stakeholders. And all these frameworks are great. They help us get going, but as with anything, once you transpose it to real life, it doesn't always pan out that smoothly, because real life is really messy. I mean, just look at what happened in the last 5 years in the world. The real world is unpredictable. You always have constraints. We're always short on time. We're always short on people. Most of the times, we deal with legacy problems, whether that's a team that is already ongoing or a project that is already started, or you're dealing with a company culture that it's less than ideal, let's say it that way. And it's not every day that we get to start something from scratch. But even when you do, there are problems that arise very quickly. Sometimes we don't even realize that we are solving the wrong problem because we are just doing what someone else told us to do. Whether that's your boss or a user, it doesn't really matter. My point being, there's a lot of unpredictable variables. Now, does that mean that we should burn all the frameworks and just give up? No, that would be a really crappy talk to give here today. I think we can make the most out of these frameworks, but we need, the important thing is that we recognize that they are abstracted from our individual reality. We can't just trust the process, we need to actually design our process and adapt to the circumstances that show up and surround us. So you have to see how much time you actually have, what's the makeup of the team, what problems is actually worth solving, what are the stakeholders and what do they value. I could keep going on, but basically you need to be ready to adapt on the fly and build a bike as you're riding it. And as you do that, make sure that you use only the parts that you need. Because once you force a process into a project or a team that doesn't need it or it's not ready for it, this is basically the outcome. So to help with building that bike, I have 3 tips or like 3 things to keep in mind. The first one is to find the route you need to dig, because researching can only take you so far. Many of the times I realized I was solving the wrong problem happened after I started exploring solutions, not before. Because design needs visuals. That's when things actually become concrete and people can understand what you're talking about. Before that, everything is abstract. I think getting into solutions early on, it's actually good, despite a lot of people saying otherwise, as long as you're ready to pivot and adapt. That's kind of the key thing. No, not only pivot and adapt on the work or the proposals, but also on the time that you have spent working on something. Because just because your team has spent weeks or months with a particular solution doesn't mean that you should end up shipping it if you realize that's the wrong thing to do. Basically, you need to keep on hammering. That's what I'm trying to say. Because in my experience, the best ideas come from relentless exploration. Basically trying things over and over and over again until you find something that just works. In reality, I don't believe in epiphanies. In reality, an epiphany is just isn't just a sudden realization. It's the result of a lot of trial and error, because without actually understanding the problem, you won't have an epiphany. You have to feed your brain with context and attempts so the brain can make the connections without you even realizing. And then speaking of brains, it's also helpful to bring other minds along the journey
because they can help you open doors that you wouldn't open otherwise. Because sometimes just a fresh pair of eyes is all you need to have a breakthrough, and then you're bouncing ideas off each other and you can go places you didn't went before. The second thing to keep in mind is that software is never done. So you need to keep on evolving it. You don't have a choice whether or not you're testing your work. The choice you have is whether or not you do it before you release it. Obviously, it's good practice to do that beforehand, but it's also important to recognize that testing, it's not a way to guarantee success, but a way to, or I should say, testing is a way to increase your chances of success, not a way to eliminate your chances of failure. But more important than testing is to be ready to listen and adjust, no matter if that's the users that you're testing your work with, the stakeholders that you're working with, or any other kind of source of feedback you may have. And that needs to happen all the way through the life cycle of a project. And that's also true when your designs are being built, because there's always more constraints that come up last minute. So we can't just hand over our design work and hope that engineering will solve it alone. We need to be part of that process too. Now, that doesn't mean that you need to know how to code. What that means is that you're present when things are being discussed, when we need to make adjustments. So you are actually collaborating with engineers. Basically, you're building bridges, you're not building walls. And this can only happen with good communication, mutual respect, and a good amount of compromise. Now, compromise never sounds good, but it's key in good product development, because without compromises, nothing gets built in time, or nothing gets built properly. Basically, you need to work together to make sure that you're the one setting the quality bar. That's why it's important to be in that loop, so you can actually stand up for your design decisions and your user needs, and make sure that you're making the right compromises. Because if you're not there, someone will decide for you, and then you might not like their decisions. Third thing to keep in mind, and last, is that progress isn't always expected. So small iterations allow you to improve upon a design gradually in a way that it's easier for your users to adapt or to adopt. But sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. I like to compare this with evolution in nature. You can iterate on things the same way that nature evolves, minimal changes that occur over generations, slowly but surely making things better. But sometimes you can get stuck into the process of trying to breed a faster generation of horses instead of trying to invent a car or an airplane. Because people don't always know that they need something until you put it in front of them. And as we've experienced time and time again, disruption is inevitable. So if someone is about to disrupt your product, that someone best be you. Just like Apple did with their first iPhone, they didn't just disrupt the smartphone industry, they also cannibalized their most successful product at the time, the iPod. I mean, also just look at what's happening now. Like, I would thought that my car would be driving on its own before a computer was talking like a person, but seems like AI is just evolving in all these different ways. And I'm probably going to die on my car. All this to say, as you work on the next iteration of a product, it's always good to consider what comes after that. Because if you don't know where you're going, it's really hard to take confident steps. Just think about, or thinking about the future makes you consider the steps that you're taking more careful, because you know where you're going, and that framing changes the problems that you're looking at today. Because when you're zooming out, you're looking at the bigger picture. You're seeing relationships that you wouldn't see otherwise, and this allows you to establish that vision. So you know where to aim. And this is not just about looking ahead in terms of time, it's also about looking beyond like boundaries in your organization. So you're not just working with your team, you're working across the entire organization. Now, this mindset changes the way that you tackle the problems of today and helps you prevent painting yourself into a corner. Now, to do this, it's also good that you have an understanding or a good understanding of what has happened in the past and what's happening right now, because you can't just live in the future. Because except for this slide, nobody can actually predict the future. So a vision should never be something that is set in stone. It's more meant to be a target that you're adjusting as you're learning more. So basically, these are the three things to keep in mind. And this is more about mindset, as I said. And this mindset is something that helped me a lot in my career. And it's actually the reason why I had the chance to reinvent products and reimagine multiple times, because I'm always the one that kind of is trying to think ahead, even though nobody told me to do it. And the most recent example I can talk about happened more or less a year ago when I led the evolution of our design language, or the Polaris design language. I wrote a blog post about that. If you're interested, you can go read it, but I'll give you the TLDR. Basically, as I was kind of going through before, we did a lot of digging to experiment what kind of shapes our design language could take. And these are just some of the quick highlights. There's so much more. We sweat all the small details. Just to give you an idea, just to get to this set of icons, we went through like a ton of potential directions, like literally dozens of directions. And for each, we designed hundreds of icons because we had to see it to believe it. Only to ultimately discard the majority of that work, not because it was bad, but because it wasn't appropriate. And then even before that, we were working with engineering for more than a year to get the design system coverage in a position that would enable us to ship an update across the entire product without a lot of disruptions to our product teams. Because we were looking at the future, and we knew that it wasn't a matter of if we were going to update our design language, it was more a matter of when. And we also recognize that this work takes time to improve your coverage, and it's not visible. So we had to make that investment pretty early. The last thing to note is that we tried something unexpected. When interfaces were becoming more airy and flat, we decided to go against the grain and make the interface more dense and tactile. And most of our merchants really appreciated that. Now, if you want the full story, you can check my blog post later. But back to the design process, the main reason I say it's a lie, it's because I think it ends up devaluing and trivializing our work. We make it seem like design is a process that can be predictable and standardized, but you can't really design on an assembly line. You can't industrialize creativity. Design requires exploration and takes time, and it's far from being a linear process. If you're a designer, you know. It's random and messy and very variable depending on the constraints and the individuals involved, or your mood. To me, it's like you're trying to find a way out of a maze in the dark. You take paths that lead nowhere, you have to circle back, there's no clear shortcut. Obviously, there are some parts of our job that can be automated, and AI is proving that. I just don't think those are the parts where our value comes in. A good analogy for that actually is a restaurant. In a restaurant, you have a lot of different jobs, but when it comes to creating the product, there's basically these two types. You're either the cook, who is supposed to execute the recipe to a T every time, or you're the chef who's supposed to come up with a recipe that will keep people coming for more. So ask yourself, as a designer, who do you want to be? I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands. I'm not one of those speakers. I don't think designers should be cooks. We should be chefs. Because if we're cooks, first of all, we are not in control of the food that we put out. We're just following instructions. And second, if you're a cook, watch out. AI is coming for you. Okay, final stretch. Remember my story from the beginning? I just liked drawing. I didn't know I was going to be bald, and I had no idea I would become a designer. But somehow I did. I faced some challenges along the way and setbacks, but I also had some unexpected opportunities, like being invited to give this talk. It was random and a messy path, but eventually it led me here. And just like my story, the design process is not linear or predictable. It's not a recipe that you can follow step by step. Design, whether you're designing a product or a process, requires experimentation, constant learning, and adaptation. It's all about embracing this randomness and messiness and finding a process that works best for you and your team. And also, as I keep saying, be ready to adapt, because these things come up. I should also say that I don't believe anyone has it fully figured out yet. Every day we're trying to solve problems that never existed before. And we design for more people than we can even start to comprehend. So the way we do that is, if I'm being honest, or we are being honest, is by making up things as we go and see what works and what doesn't. And we learn from that. The real truth is that nobody knows, or nobody completely knows what they're doing. Like I'm doing right now, they just try and learn from it. Now, if you leave this talk with one thought in your mind, please remember that good design can't be rushed. Doesn't matter what framework you're using or referencing, always overestimate how much time something will take. Because most of the times, I can assure you, it will end up taking longer. Designers need time to wonder and to dream, especially when they are expected to innovate. So fight for that time. And don't trust the process. Instead, design your own. And more importantly, be ready to adapt as you learn. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, José. Sorry again for the typography situation. That was our fault, but hopefully the illustrations and the content was great and it was very inspiring for all of us. Yeah, so in case you have any question for José, you can save it for our general Q&A at the end of the day. We will now switch and just give it 1 second. I think you can start. We will now have Eddie Machado with us. Even though that the last name is Portuguese, he doesn't speak Portuguese. But I think you can learn today. Checking.
Marco, can you please turn on headset 2? Or headset 1, I don't know which one it is, sorry. Can you stand here, more or less? Here's your clicker. Testing 1, 2.
Go through my slides today, you're going to see the mind of somebody who's in the beginning of that process. So, before we start, I just want to thank everybody for having me here. I am from Miro. I'm based in Amsterdam, and I want to give you some context. I believe in open and transparent communication. I'm going to try to pull back the curtain and show as much as I can about the struggles that we're having, how we're trying to approach those, the mistakes we've made. And one thing to keep in mind is that we are very early. This is the state of our system. So before I joined about 6 months ago, there was no dedicated design resource on the design system team. We had 4 engineers. Before that, the last designer was there 6 months ago. And now we have 2, so we're growing. But there was a lot of deprecated stuff that hasn't, the Figma files were dusty, nobody had checked them, the components were broken. There's a lot of legacy. The engineers spun up components using Radix just to get stuff up. And then we're currently going through a design language refresh, which I'll go through in a minute. So we've got a lot of stuff going on. We've got a lot of legacy. We got to figure out how to roll this stuff out. And as you know, this is the life of a design system designer. And how many people here work in design systems? Just a rough estimate. Okay, cool. That's a good amount. So this is your life, right? You get a lot of questions. You got a lot of requests. It's a hard balance between a support team and a feature team. And it's kind of both, right? This is part of your job, but you also have to ship stuff. So before we figure out how to manage this, let's take a step back, right? Let's look to the stars. And if we think about our life, it's very complex. Day to day, we have our own responsibilities, our deadlines, our challenges, and we're so focused on ourselves, it's difficult to remember that there's more out there, right? We're part of a much bigger system. You're not alone. You know, your planet plays a role in this system. And one misstep with these planets, the whole system falls apart. And if we were to venture to a different planet, it would be tough to understand that planet because the context is different. They all have their own traditions, their rituals, their ways of working, right? So even though we're part of the same system, it's hard to communicate with each other because sometimes we don't really understand each other. And inevitably, some planets will do better than others. And so it's not really balanced for that planet, which is succeeding, to send their resources to the other planets because it's going to put a strain on that planet and actually hinder their progress. So it makes sense to have some kind of governing body that planet can send their successes up to the governing body, and the governing body can distribute those resources equally to everybody who needs them. So we're a part of a bigger system. Everybody plays a key role. If we zoom in even just to one planet, we see that even these planets have orbiting things that are contextual just to them, right? So these moons play a pivotal role in the success of that planet. Okay, so we went on a little trip. Let's get back to reality. Let's understand how all of this works in our day-to-day. This is our upcoming plan. We've got to update new colors, new typography, new icons, new illustrations, and we've got to get this rolled out in a very tight timeline. This is our rough timeline, and we've broken it up into 3 releases. We've been working on our design language up until September. October 8th, we're working on new features that the teams are already working on now to release. Release 1 is about interactive elements, which is not related to the design system work. Release 2 and 3 are specific to the design system, right? It's refreshing these colors, refreshing these icons, refreshing this typography. So we've got to get all this stuff out while teams are building. And we are building without foundations, right? As I mentioned before, we didn't have foundations. 6 months, we didn't have a designer. And we just created this design language. And as Jose said, you need time to be able to test this stuff out. You need time to work on the icons, to work on the illustration, to test things out. And we're doing that as designers are designing. So that slide you saw with all the questions is to the extreme because they say, hey, I need this icon. Our developers are starting now. What do we do? I don't have the answer, by the way. So as we looked into the files, we have this tight deadline. We have these dusty files. What do we do? as designers, it's really tough to see a pixel that's misplaced, to see a component that's not scaling properly. You want to fix this stuff, right? It bugs you. But if there's people dependent on these files, you have to resist that temptation in the short term to improve the long term. The last thing we need to do is to break something that somebody's already working on right now, because that's going to delay them. It's going to cause us to get delayed. It's going to break the whole timeline. So we had to make some concessions as to what stuff to fix and what stuff to put on for later. Okay, so let's craft our little universe here. We have our design language. This is the thing that touches everything in Miro. Then we have our departments. We broke them up into two separate areas, product and marketing. Around product, we have specific areas like the admin area, the canvas area, the spaces area. Around marketing, we have the websites, we have the emails, right? So all this stuff orbits around their respective areas. And if we break it down like this, we have our design language that touches everything at Miro. We have the department library that supports a specific department. We have the verticals that are contextuals to their specific areas. And we have the feature libraries that are explorative and focus on custom stuff that people are working on every day. And this is a little bit more detail, right? You see things like in the design language, you have our global tokens, our icons, our illustrations. And then we have our product libraries, we have our canvas libraries. And then here on the feature library, we have individual libraries. So features specific to Canvas that are still being explored, but designers are still creating their own libraries. I think if you're in design systems, you have to know your designers have libraries out there, right? They have the libraries you don't even know about. So we wanted to allow this and make it a part of the process so that they could work at the speed that they needed to without us being the blocker. And if you notice here, because of the releases, as you get closer to the sun, things get more stable, right? Because the sun needs to be stable because it's the foundation of the system. As you get further away, it's more exploratory, it's looser, right? So that's the way that we can establish some kind of hierarchy, right? You can be as loose and free as you want in your moons, but as soon as things get closer to the sun, they need to work, because if the sun falls apart, everything falls apart. The goal of this is to create these contextual environments, right? If I'm working on a specific part of the product, like the documentation, and another designer is working on diagramming, the diagramming designer doesn't need the documents components, right? They just need their own components. And I don't want to be confused as to which component to use. So by using this system, we were able to create these contextual environments in Figma that allowed designers to focus on what they needed to do. Designers are like cats, right? We had no support in design, and now we've got to like tell people how to start working with a design system again. And just like cats, they're very stubborn. They like to do things their own way. They don't like unexpected changes, right? So the first thing we had to do was build trust. What we did was, everybody sees that little update thing. Now it's even smaller, right? But how many of us really update when we need to update? We're always worried that things are going to break. We're always worried that our prototypes are going to get busted up. So we had to build that trust again. So we set up scheduled releases. Wednesday is a focus day. And we don't want to mess up your focus day, because that's when you get your work done. So we set our releases on Thursdays. So every Thursday we would release our libraries. So we had Fridays to push hot fixes, and then you had the whole week to work on your files just in case. Here. We also added very detailed release notes, right? So you know specifically what changed. And we focused on not making any breaking changes, even though there were stuff that we would have liked to change. Again, a breaking change was not on the plans. We also looked at improving discoverability. We had like 20 libraries with duplicated components, but we had 60 plus published libraries, right? It was out of control. So if you search for a button, you got like 20 different buttons. So what we did was we tried to deprecate and unpublish as many libraries as we could. We prefixed our libraries with an MDS prefix, so you always knew which components and which libraries were part of the design system. We added keywords and components, so if people search, keywords and components is super important. A component is a different name based on who the person is, where they're from, what language they speak, right? So you want to stuff that description box with as many keywords as you can. We used emojis to flag components that were legacy or deprecated. So if you searched, you knew immediately, okay, this is a deprecated component. And we use color. You can't really see it here, but we would put an orange background on components that are not recommended or deprecated so that users could easily see. But even here, you see I'm searching button and I'm getting a bunch, right? So as a designer, it's hard for me to understand which one to use. It's amazing the improvements you can do if you just run this exercise, right? Just search for a component and see how many things come up and see how many things you can get rid of just to improve things. Yeah, and tokens, as we discussed. You can see this chart here, right? The top, you see the first row is the 3 colors. The top is less, the middle is hex, and the bottom's RGB. And you can see over time, we've been able to replace all these hard-coded values with tokens. And this wasn't the teams that did this, this was us. And the way we did this was we created a script that ran through the code base and looked at all the hex values and found the percentage of difference they are away from the token value, right? And then we started to replace them. Within 5%, we'd replace it. Within 10%, we'd replace it. Within 20%, we'd replace it. And then we hit a threshold where, okay, this doesn't really fit with anything else. We're going to have to go in manually and update this stuff. But because of this, we were able to get our token adoption here. And this is just replacing it with the global tokens, right? So blue 100, blue 200. The next step is to replace these with alias tokens that are more semantic, so we know what the use case is. But this is a huge endeavor to be able to replace this stuff. And the reason we need to do this, right, is because we cannot roll out these changes without token support. So we often get this question, where's dark mode? It's one of our biggest feature requests. I'm sure if you don't have dark mode, you get it too. But we use this request to push for adoption. You said, if we want dark mode, we need token support. We need at least 80 to 90% token adoption in order to do this. The other thing is we weren't going to be able to replace all the components. There's a lot of custom stuff, and it's not realistic for these teams who are building currently to go in and replace their old stuff with components. So we told them, take the component, the custom stuff, just replace the tokens, then we can roll out the updates with the tokens. It may not be a component, but it'll look like a component. And the main key is that we're focused on the experience over the actual component. If the checkbox is custom, it should work like the checkbox component. We'll get to replacing it when we get to it, but a checkbox should always work like a checkbox, right? We're focused on the experience. So use the tokens even if you go custom. And this helped us lower the scope and make these teams feel a bit better about the work. But we also had to get comfortable with discomfort, right? In order to be able to see how bad things were, we released internally these toggles. So you could turn on dark mode. You could turn on, I don't know if you could see it here, but we turned on something that highlighted the icons that were using the icon component. So you could see the ones that were not highlighted were custom icons. We have to be able to replace all these icons at once. So we need that icon component in place. So we turned this on for everybody internally. So now I have to look at what I need to do, and it's shouting at me every time I open the app. And this has helped us drive adoption, because the last thing you want is for your area to be all out of whack. It's a sense of pride, right? You want to fix it, you want to improve it. So, just to wrap up here, design systems is a dirty job. If you're just starting out in design systems, if you're just starting out on a big project, most design systems don't start with a blank slate, right? If you're thinking about how a company gets set up, the first mission of a company is to prove that they have market value, they have a place in the market, they need to get up something quick and dirty, and it's usually fast and messy. And this is on purpose. Once you have that rapid growth, then usually design systems start with 1 or 2 people that say, hey, we've got to get this stuff under control, it's getting out of hand. And so if you join a team to work on design systems, chances are you've got a lot of legacy, you've got a lot of stuff to clean up, but that's the job, right? It's very rare that you'll start somewhere that has no legacy. You're starting from scratch, right? So embrace it. Don't try to shove this box of like, this is how a design system should work, because every system is different. And in an ideal situation, we would have time to build foundations and document things and do things the right way. But buy-in from leadership is the most important thing, right? This project, the reason we've got so much buy-in for the design system now is because they need us to be a vehicle to push these updates out, right? So sometimes you have to adjust and work with the circumstances to get where you need to go. Progress is not linear, right? You've got to work with the tools you have and get to the place you need to go, no matter the route. Design does not end in Figma, right? This is a big thing that we hear. A lot of designers create something, hand it off to engineers, and kind of are done with it. But if we think about how the universe works, right? Everything that is inside of our ecosystem is a living, breathing part of that ecosystem. And it's our responsibility to help nurture that thing and help it grow. Otherwise, it just stays stagnant, right? So a lot of times you'll hear this. So I created this because it's so unique. It's only contextual to this thing. It'll never be used anywhere else. That's why I had to go custom. But this is an opportunity to challenge that and say, okay, well, what if we were going to use it somewhere else, right? The Post-it note, something that Miro is pretty famous for. The Post-it note was actually an attempt to create a super strong adhesive. And it didn't work. And it eventually became a very weak adhesive that could be removed easily, right? That's how the Post-it notes came to fruition. So even though you think you're creating something that is only going to be used there, take a step back and think, okay, well, how else can I modify this to make it used elsewhere? What if it was going to be used elsewhere? Because the universe is harsh. And you need to give your creations an opportunity to thrive, right? You can't just throw something out there and expect it to be okay. It will struggle. It will die if it's not paid attention to. And every living thing is an accumulation of their experiences, including the stuff you make, right? So if you make a component, if you make a piece, it will grow over time if you nurture it, if you work with it, if you evolve it. But if you neglect it, if you just put it out there, it'll become a burden later on. So instead of creating something new, challenge your existing creations and help them adapt. Thank you. I joined with, so we hired somebody else 3 months ago. We're looking within those first
What happens when creativity
really
and process team up?
setting up tokens, setting up a team plan, setting up some semblance of a foundation, but I haven't had the time to work on
Bliss
governance,
happens.
process, communication. There's a lot of there's been a lot of
Jadi, ini
We will do a quick break.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento
e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente,
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas, até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro, onde temos uma parte de festa muito presente da empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte e tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
happens when creativity and process team up. Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente e profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
O Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
So, we bring you today a bunch of fun things about design and code. Is my sound okay? A little bit closer? Okay, I feel like it. Okay. So, everyone is seated, perfect. So we bring you today a little bit of design and code. Yeah. We're gonna get a little bit deep with examples and how we've been doing things on our old product with our own solutions. What we want to do is inspire you in how we found the solutions. So it's gonna get a little bit digging deep. Hope you like it. So first of all, who we are. I'm Mafalda and this is Sophia. We are from the design system team at OutSystems. If you know OutSystems, you know that it probably as a low-code platform. So basically, our products are local builders. What we do is we have a ODC Studio and ODC Portal, and also some web editors like Workflow that are coming up. It basically helps anyone create an app, mostly for creating complex business-critical apps fast. And we have an internal design system for that, where me and Sophia work in a diverse team. Sophia as the UX engineer and me as a UI designer, also focused on interaction, behavior, motion, and so on. Our design system name is Fusion. It's that little thing. And what we do, like any other design system, we serve a bunch of other teams that are focused on the product. So basically, we work with another engineering team just for features. So we design for them and they build, and together we provide components and practices and all those things to the teams. So we took a pause on the way we do things, and we realized, okay, we are a low code that aims to accelerate creation and reduce the need for programming skills. But within our process, were we offering the same for the teams that we serve? Our teams are mostly developers and designers, and they don't need to know all the fancy things that we do. They don't need to know hard code design and hard code development. So were we? And what better person to talk about the developer experience than an engineer? And that's why I'm passing to Sophia.
Okay. Thank you. So, more or less 1 year ago, when I joined the design system team, me and Mafalda made a huge audit to one of our products. and we found some disappointing results. So, such as text overflow without following the rules in too many places, same with tooltips, lack of consistency, same components but with different UIs. And we also found that some apps were using local components that have the same UX and UI that our design system components, and they using their components and not our components. We also find that some components were breaking already in medium-sized screens. We found fixed pixels in table columns that result in unreadable text elements, like they are the name. And we also found inline CSS and important rules in too many places that actually are going to override the style of our components. Those are only some examples of inconsistency and bad practice in front-end code that made us frustrated. Along this process, we also figured out that our teams were changing. So the collaboration between them also were changing. Plus, these reorgs, we almost work remote only. We love it, but this is just increasing the gap between design and code. Like Mafalda said, a product designer is a design system is a product and have its own users. And our users are like different. They are low-code developers, OutSystem developers. And when it comes to build UI, yeah, they are really fast on dragging and dropping our components inside the canvas. But also that means that they don't have to be familiar with the front-end practice to build this user interface, because our components already have the necessary CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. So we listed all these problems, and we start to think why the things that we have, the process that we have, are not working. What did we miss? And before starting a new initiative, we needed to figure out why this wasn't working and to not make the same mistakes in a new initiative. And so we paused and listened to our users. First, we interview a bunch of designers to question them if they were aware and they used that Figma templates. Also, we wanted to know, in their opinion, what would be a good template and useful template, and also their concerns about and expectations if we add more templates to Figma. Besides the developers, we also interviewed the opposite. Besides the designers, we also interviewed the developers. We wanted to know if they were aware of the design process, and also, and what was really important in these interviews was to know their feedback and their pain points on the layout that we have in code. This research allows us to know, to have a big picture of everyone's way of working, their pain points and their needs. Also to figure out why our process weren't doing the job. And we start having some ideas how we can help to collaborate, the collaboration between these two groups, the developers and the designers. And now you may think, oh, you reduce this gap by using the dev mode. Yes, we use the dev mode, but within the design system team. So with the front-end team that Mafalda talked about, because they know how, they understand the outputs of this dev mode, and they know how to translate to the OutSystems code. Remember, the users that use most our design system, they are low-code developers. And what they need is not only the dev mode, but also something that is going to translate the Figma properties to OutSystem code properties. And at this time, we were ready and confident to start a new initiative back on research, and that was focused on structure. So we brought our users, the designers and the developers to the table to make some decisions. And that resulted in a collection of structures that at least going to cover 80% of our product use cases. And we were able to build more reusable structures, the layouts, that are composed by placeholders. And you can think in placeholders like empty slots that are already styled. So developers just drag and drop our components there. And we were able also to create more templates that are ready to use solutions that are going to exemplify best practice both in code and in Figma. As a user Figma, you enjoy dragging something in the auto layout and it already fits the design that you want, right? So we developers also enjoy a lot that. So when we developers drag and drop a component inside the placeholders, it's going to look right away like it is in Figma because our placeholders already have styles for the space, the typography, and developers don't have to care about it, just about the logic. So one of our first actions was to simply match the OutSystems placeholders names with the layers on the Figma templates. This way, developers can easily understand the purpose of each placeholders and which component they have drag and drop inside it. And they are already styled like in Figma, so the result is going to be the same. We also improve our documentation. Now in code, we have short descriptions. We have short descriptions to emphasize the purpose of each placeholder and the rules of them. So far, we were able to deliver 4 layouts and 4 templates based on our team priorities. When we were testing these new layouts and templates, we start thinking, oh, maybe if developers know just a little bit more about Figma, they can understand the intentions of the designer. And we start with simply with the iconography. And you may ask why. So, as a developer, when I start working more with Figma, was really helpful to me to recognize some icons like frame, auto layout, components, instance, because I could understand if the designer was using or not a design system component. If not, I could ask why. And I also could identify detached components, as well as understand how something behaves in terms of alignment and wrapping. And picking this idea of understanding more about alignment and wrapping, we start thinking, oh, let's bring a little bit of Figma into code. And this idea came when me and Mafalda were defining the specs to 2 components that we need in code, the inline CSS, and we realized that this component is just the auto layout block to use the CSS flexbox. The same with the grid. The grid component is just a more complex auto layout to use the CSS grid. So, this way, bringing CSS properties to Figma and therefore to our component specs, our developers and even our designers just have to match them with the inputs that exist in the live preview. The live preview is a feature that was built by our front-end team. Yeah, here. So each input have the same name and same values that exist in CSS and match with the live preview inputs. We also starting working in our documentation in a systems that is going to teach both language, the Figma language and the OutSystems. This way, both designers and developers can understand structures like auto layout. Anyone can make the correlation between Figma properties and the live preview input using our documentation. Even if you don't know by heart the CSS, you just have to read few properties and then identify some icons from Figma to fill the inputs in the OutSystem code. For instance, in this example of our live preview, applying the same value, the fixed one. Oh, okay, it's working. So applying the same value to all the items proportion, that is the fixed one, that is the same that we have in the items width. And then changing the justify content to flex end and keeping the wrap as true, in few seconds, we can achieve the same results that we have in Figma. That is cool, right?
It's pretty cool. Thank you. And I think one of the craziest things about our live preview is that it's an internal tool that any designer and developer can use, can play with these options, and can really see the impact of what it will happen in code. And then the code, the developer, can just pick those and use them out systems. So this was a huge effort from our front-end team, and it has been working really well. So I want to share with you a little bit of what we learned today so far with this whole process, because it's still initial, right? One of the concepts, it's not a new concept, but it's something that we keep reminding ourselves every day. A design system is a product with users, and we have to include everyone. And by everyone, we mean not just designers, but also the developers. And even product owners and product managers. I won't get to that. But being a design system a product, it was really useful for us to research and find the right way instead of going for all assumptions and just make another feature and just stay frustrated that users aren't doing what we thought they would do. And the frustration of having product designers that don't have the knowledge and don't need to have the knowledge to design and to implement. Another thing is make it easy to do the right thing. So again, the frustration of finding inconsistencies is something that we struggle every day. I'm sure you do too. But I think the moment that we make the accountability of, wait, it's our product, it's our users, we need to make something easy for them, not to make another step in the process, but actually to make the process what we wanted it to be, really helped us. And understanding their ways of use really helped us understand that dev mode wasn't the solution. Changing the whole process wasn't the solution. It was just going with their flow and making it easy to make the right decisions. Bringing design closer to code on a structural level has been proven to be really useful. We are still in the early stages, and we really want to measure the impact of what we've been doing so far. And if you want to know more about templates, hopefully in November I'll talk go a little bit deeper on that and how they improved. But basically, layouts were the big thing, because we started to make the structure easy, matching design to code, so that designers don't even have to think over the wheel every time they create a new screen, because 80% of the use cases are already on a structure. We are also concerned with creativity, of course. So that's the whole 20 other percent, of course. We want to have space for that. So templates are just basically a way to bring that good code delivery and keep the consistency on those really easy, really fast deliveries of common screens. And the other thing is a balanced design system team should have diverse roles. And we've learned that with having Sophia as a UX engineer in our team. So the front-end team is it's a team that builds our components. Sophia also sometimes builds, but mostly she's focused on stuff like this, on bridging, on thinking like a designer, on bringing the developer experience to us, and thinking on the future and strategy, which was a huge help. And it really came to our attention of bringing everyone to the table and making a product useful to everyone, right? Design isn't just in Figma, design is out there, and that's what we want to do. If you want to know more about having a balance, just self-promotion shame, here it is. We are going to be at, FAO, talking about finding balance, the impact of a diverse design system team, and how having different roles and just different perspectives, different people has helped us really consider all the context and not just having a bunch of people that think the same and do the same thing. So yeah, that will be it. Thank you everyone for having the time, and we're open for questions.
Ela quer alguma coisa? Não. Se era suposto ela usar alguma coisa. Okay. Thank you so much, Mafalda and Sophia. We still have some minutes until the next one. So does anyone have a question? We have a question. So let me just go here. Hello.
Hey, hello. Yeah, we're talking a bit about the education process to engineers about Figma. So if you can talk a bit more about that, how was the approach and how was the experience? Thank you.
Just a little bit, go over here.
So thank you, great question. And it has been a journey. Like we said, it's the starting of the journey, and definitely something that Sophia has been a huge part of. So basically, if you saw on one of those screens that we passed really fast, we had this developer saying, what is dev mode? What is that? And we actually realized that a lot of developers don't even really understand all of the things that the properties panel can actually give them. They don't even know the iconography. And so what we've been doing so far, it's limited, but we have a Confluence page that no one reads. But we want to bring that education on sessions. What we realize that really works is sessions. And going to the people, is doing little exercises with them. They really learn with just being users. Developers love being users. Designers love being users. They love feeling like, oh, this is about me, okay? And they really like the challenges of working with the things that we bring them. So what we realize is sessions really work, and workshops really work, and videos. I mean, we are in an era that we make a bunch of documentation, but we know most people don't read documentation. So I think it's a lot about going outside of Confluence, outside of all of those just text. I love text, but you know, text, and just really feel like, how are people even bringing their information? Most people right now just watch videos on YouTube. They don't go to Confluence to read. So it has been, again, what is the way of working? How do users use? Another thing that we discover is we have a lot of descriptions on our components in Figma. And we actually made a user testing session with designers, and we realized out of 10 designers, only one went to the descriptions that we had prepared as a test. So we realized, okay, designers definitely haven't been looking at descriptions. But we did the same for developers, and we realized more and more developers said, oh, it would be really cool if we had more descriptions in code. So we actually realized developers are the type of users that will look for more information, and designers are the type of users that just, you know, they play around, they break things, and they see how to make it work. It's different roles, it's different types of people. So it's also, again, understanding your users, understanding their ways of working, and adapting to them.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. We can give a round of applause. And now we will prepare the next section. So,
now it's better. We are very, very happy to be here, and it's actually very nice to see such a big crowd. My name is Maria Anabela. I come from Aveiro, Portugal, and
I'm Maria Tseneva, and I'm based in Zurich, Switzerland.
so we are designers at Hexagon, and we are working together now to build the Hexagon design system. A huge part of that design system is Figma variables. And basically, we've been on this journey to work with variables, and we are here to share with you what that process has been looking like. So, oops. Actually, oops. Yeah, I clicked the wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So, we were all very excited back in 2022 when Figma launched Figma Variables. We were, at least. And we realized that our products, our design systems, were not fully using it at its full potential. So we also bet you watch all of those cool videos where with one click or by dragging a frame on Figma, you were able to make a light theme design turn into a dark theme design so fast, in like a second. So we are excited to share that we were able to do that for our design system. And we asked our designers for feedback. And the feedback that we got was that variables were just like magic. Actually sharing a bit of this process, it's not necessarily like magic. There's a lot of hard work behind that illusion of magic and bringing that magic into the design system live. So what it's actually about, it's a lot of logic and a lot of experiments, and it's in between those two steps where magic lies. So for context, a bit about Hexagon, so the company we come from. Hexagon is a global leader in digital reality solutions. And essentially what this means is that our solutions help us visualize the real world using digital technologies. We have expertise in measuring and scanning, and we use that expertise across different industries. Those industries are so different from each other that we operate in 5 major divisions. And today, each division has its own design system. So we are now on a mission to unify all of these design systems into one. So we want to bring consistency, efficiency, and scalability into one Hexagon powerful system. So the Hexagon design system is being built by a team with members of 3 of these 5 divisions, and it's mainly focusing on web applications. Our team is made from designers, developers, product owners, and strategic leads. So what we came to realize was that we were in a unique position where needs met opportunity. So as I said before, not all of our design systems were using variables at this stage. So we now had the opportunity to create a super powerful design system using variables. And that's where needs met opportunity, and we took the chance.
All right. So this is quite a huge undertaking, so it can be a bit difficult to know exactly where to start. Well, we started with looking at what we have, because we already have several design systems, so we have a bit of knowledge and expertise. And we started by doing an audit of the 3 participating design systems and looking at what we had, what was similar, what would we like to bring forward, what could possibly be improved. What we saw was that we actually do things quite similarly, and we were able to identify our tech stack, which would be MUI, React, and Material Design 3. So this was our base. We knew that with our first version, we would be focusing on web apps specifically. And we were also then able to identify kind of what were our non-negotiables that we needed to achieve with variables. Firstly, of course, our variables would have to align with code. They would be based on Material Design 3 and MUI, especially in terms of naming conventions. And they had to be understandable by others. So whatever we created had to also make sense to the people who would be using the design systems. Now, of course, we spent quite a bit of time exploring other design systems out in the wild. And although there are a lot of excellent resources around Figma variables, how to create them, what are the use cases, and so on, we found that there were a lot of strategies, particularly around color variables, what to do there, how to name them. When it came to number variables, we found that, yes, there were examples, but we struggled to find defined strategies around this. Now, when we talk about number variables, in particular, this means radius, padding, space between elements, margins, widths, and heights. So we had pooled our knowledge and our expertise together. We had done a lot of research. Great, now what? We had a bit of analysis paralysis at this stage, but often the best way to move forward is just to try it, experiment, see if it works, and then go from there. So that's exactly what we did. Now, what is usually recommended, just for a little bit of context, when you create design tokens and variables, you have essentially 3 layers, right? The first layer is your primitives, so global values. The second layer is semantics. It's adding kind of a meaningful layer to those variables or design tokens. The third layer, which can be optional, is component-specific tokens. And those are, they create meaning, and one would know exactly where to use them in which component. And just to kind of show you the terminology here, when we talk about variable, this would be an example of one collection. It's a semantic collection. It can be broken down into groups, and then you have modes. So for example, with color variables, you would have light and dark mode. So back to what our strategy was here. Because we were using Material Design 3 as our base, on the Material website, what you will find is that they categorize their components into 6 categories. So action, communication, containment, navigation, selection, and text inputs. So we decided, let's try this out. This is what we first had. So essentially we had 8 variable collections. We had our primitives, we had our semantics. The third layer is not so much component specific, but rather just breaking it down into 6 collections based on those material design categories. So what does this look like? All right, so we have our primitives. Those are just global hex values, not a lot of meaning there. The next layer, we have our semantics. The naming is based on material design's color roles, and we have light and dark mode. Then we have 6 number variables collections. Now, these collections only contain number variables, in some cases also Booleans. But they are size, the spacing, the padding, and the radius. Why did we do this? Well, we thought that components, for example, in the action category like buttons could share the same padding left value, whereas another category like containment can also contain padding left, but this would be a different value. So we tried this, we built it, because at this point we're not coding yet, so we could iterate fairly quickly. And we came to realize, okay, we already have an issue because we have components that are particular to our products at Hexagon, which did not fit into any of the categories. So already we have to create additional categories in order to accommodate those components. So very quickly it starts to get out of hand. And at this point we knew this is not working.
Okay, so it's time to take a step back and going back to the basics. This is not working. Let's look at this from a different perspective. So we got back to the question, what exactly determines how a component is built and configured? So what influences that? So we know it's a cliche. And just like any other design system team, we looked at the button. So it's only a button, we know, every design system has it, yet we somehow did it differently between the 3 design systems that we were trying to merge. So what is the exact correct way to adapt the size of a button? Is it according to a specific pixel grid system? So we create the size of the button according to what that system tells us are good measures. Or is it about density? So a component has content inside it. So is the space around that content the one that determines the size of the button in total? Or does it actually have to do with the viewport size? So depending on the device the component is being seen on, it changes. One thing we want to say is that there's no exact right or wrong answer here. So it depends on your context, the context of your products. And one thing that's very important is that it needs to align with code. So knowing that, we also started thinking, okay, that makes sense, but do all components behave the same way? So going back to the button, we thought of an example of an interface that on a mobile screen and on a desktop screen, we may need to use the button on the same size regardless of the device where we are seeing that button on. So, button was working, but what about a component like navigation bar? So does navigation bar adjust only to size? Not necessarily, because if we look at navigation bar in different devices, it needs to adjust in size, yes, but also the content inside it needs to be adjusted. So this means we identified 2 main size-related collections, and these are size. So size was referring to components like button that would change according to the size we need them to be on their own. These number variables would relate to padding, spacing, radius, and height. And the modes where we would change these components would be small, medium, and large, being medium our default size. And then the screen size collection for components like navbar, where we still have the same number of variables, so we still define padding, spacing, radius, and height, and in this case, some booleans. But now we adjust that component based on the modes desktop, which was our default, laptop, tablet, and mobile.
Okay, so at this stage, it was starting to look good. And this stage was probably like a few months back. And we were almost like patting ourselves on the back. We've done a thing, it might work. But it was a bit of time for a reality check because, of course, being UX designers, we know the importance of getting user feedback. So we asked other designers as well as our developers, could you please test run what we have built, see if it works? And well, the feedback we got was, I'm confused. How do I know which collection I need to use when? So if a designer is using one of our components, they go into the variable mode, they don't necessarily know always what this will do to the component. Or if they have to build components using our variables, it's also a little bit uncertain what to use when. So these terms, for example, like semantic, we know what that means. We live and breathe design systems 24/7, but not everyone does necessarily. So we knew we had to rethink what these terms are. So if we take semantic, what does it do? It changes light theme to dark theme. Therefore, we renamed it theme. With size, it changes components to small or medium or large. Now, this might seem kind of self-explanatory. However, if we talk about density, it's a little bit better, especially for accessibility. And if a designer is working on a very busy screen, there's a lot of information, then perhaps a term like compact could be more indicative of, yes, this is the mode you need to use. And screen size covers, of course, the different viewport sizes like desktop, tablet, mobile. So we decided, let's just call it viewport. And this brings us to the next stage. This is actually the stage we're in today. We're calling it the balancing act, because while we were doing all this discovery work, this experimentation, we found ourselves either going too far into the realm of complexity or too far the other way into simplification. What do we mean by this? Let's stop talking about variables for just a second. Looking at these two remotes, you've either used one or the other or both. You probably have a preference. So the one on the left, there's a lot of buttons, there's labels on the buttons. Maybe some, it's pretty clear what to do with, some not so much. You only use like a few of them. And then on the right, you have your Apple TV remote. It's slick, it's simple, it feels good to hold somehow. The buttons feel nice when you press them. But if you have never used an Apple TV remote before, you won't necessarily know that you can perform certain actions by pressing and holding certain buttons. So back to our design system, we had kind of a similar situation here, because for us, and this is kind of in the realm of we were thinking way too much into simplicity, we could have a super component. So one component with way fewer variants because of our variables that could do all three of these. So you could achieve the drop-down component with a text field because you just toggle a few properties on and off and you have a drop-down. Or you have a search. This is wonderful, and then it also means that we don't have to manage so many components. But the question is, should we really be doing this? Because how would our users know this? If they go into a design system, they need a drop-down, they're going to search for a drop-down. Sure, we can tag it, we can document our heart out, but we know, and it was said in the previous talk, people might not always read your documentation. Therefore, how do you tell them what they should be doing? Similarly, before variables, users knew that in order to know how they can modify a component, they look in the properties panel. Today, the properties panel is still there, but there is an added feature of variable modes found in the layers panel. Now, designers may or may not know this by now. Maybe they know how to use variables, maybe not yet. They haven't had a chance to play around with it yet. But what we noticed when we asked our designers to use our components is that a lot of the time they just forgot to look in the variable modes to see what they could change, or it wasn't always very clear what to do with it. This is obviously a problem because our whole foundation of our design system is based on variables and variable modes. So what are we doing about this? We're trying to create affordances so that people know when they go into the design system, they go to a specific component, they can see something that tells them, all right, these are the variable modes that you find with this component, and this is how it will modify this component. And also, if you want to learn more, here are the resources. So this is just one method. We're trying it out. We're still trying to find out what the best way is to get around this. But moral of the story here is keep in mind the mental models of your users and work with them.
So the moral of the story here is also that we need to know our users, know what their workflows look like, and also how they will perceive what we're handing them. So we need to eventually meet them where they are in their design process and just find a way that works for both. We do not want to stop innovation, but we need to keep in mind our users. So let's take a look at what the stages were. So we navigated through all these steps: discovery, analysis paralysis, a time to step back and look from a different perspective, go back to basics, time for user testing and a reality check, and also multiple balancing acts. But as Eddie and Jose told us before, we have kind of the same morale here. So what looks like it's a linear process, it's a bit more dynamic. So it sometimes looks like this. So we collected feedback, we revisited our decisions, and it was a constant juggling between moving forward and keeping innovating, and also reconsidering our approaches to make them meet our users' needs. So actually this complex, sometimes chaotic process is actually what it takes to build such a flexible and scalable system that meets the business needs for a company as big as Hexagon. So we'll walk you through behind the scenes of the magic trick and what may seem to be like a seamless transition between light and dark mode, or from a design for a desktop screen to a mobile screen, is not always that easy behind the scenes. It requires a lot of work and countless iterations. So basically what we want to say is that magic is found in that process and not necessarily on that result, but that's how we're building the future of our design system. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. We still have time for one question. Does anybody has one question? If you don't have it, it's fine. Don't pressure. Yeah? Good. Perhaps.
Okay, you say that you are in a process of the balance stuff and also the user testing, but do you already have any metric of way how you're gonna measure the engagement of your users, in this case the designers, by using the variables panel, like when changing themes or changing the modes? Because as you say, some of the designers don't use that too much. Sometimes it's a bit hidden, right? So you already started testing how the designers are using that mode instead of the variants, changing the properties of the components.
So today we're still on a proof of concept phase, kinda, of these design systems. So we're testing with only a couple of designers. What we're building internally are tools and analytics to analyze all those things. One thing we may consider is that this will likely also help us with the process between design and dev. So designers do not necessarily the dark theme. They may want to have some features designed in dark theme specifically, But I don't know if right now we have a way to track if they're using one more or the other. I think I got the question right, and it's more or less this. But what we're doing now is building internal tools that we can consider those analytics and analyze them and see if this is working or not.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause, please. And now,
hi everyone, how are you doing today? All good so far? Are you enjoying it? Not really? Wait, let me make sure that I'm actually appearing. So for those who do not know me yet, I'm Rita. I'm also a user group leader together with Raquel and Bruno. And just because Raquel is going to be the next speaker, we were like, okay, it's not nice that you are presenting yourselves and someone is going to do it. So that's me. This is the last call before we actually go for lunch, which I think that you are all really looking forward, but please still pay attention to this one, right? It's still important. So we are going to just make it appear here right now. Give me a moment. Multitasking. Perfect. Then a very special talk for us at Figma, Friends of Figma Portugal, because we have Raquel and we have Julia from our team. So they are both members of Friends of Figma Portugal. I'm pretty sure you have time to meet them. And so I would like to introduce you to the friendly design, I guess, for developers, right, guys? Okay. Then please give a round of applause for them.
hello. I put the jacket so I could feel like now I'm in the speaker mode. So the topic that we'll bring here today, some of the talks already touch 1 or 2 points, but basically the goal that we give with the speak is to give you some tips on how you can be more, as a designer, be more close with developers, because we know that sometimes designers don't even know HTML or CSS, don't even have a clue how things are coded, but it has a huge impact in your daily basis. So the goal here is to give you some tips. We will also talk about dev mode, some tips as well, but each person will have a different experience with dev mode, I guess. So as Rita mentioned, we are part of Friends of Figma. I'm now, at the moment, lead UX designer at Nokia, and I'm managing the design system, the Nokia design system. And now I will pass to Julia for.
Hello. So I'm Julia. I'm also part of the Friends of Figma community. Now I am a UX designer at Booking.com. I'm also contributing a little bit with the design system as a product library owner. Yeah, some of the insights we're going to bring you today, as Raquel was saying, is a little bit of our learnings on the companies that she passed on. And also, I'm bringing some learnings from a research I just did with around 50 developers at Booking, and also as a way to understanding how they are using dev mode as well. We just joined all this learning in kind of a guide for handoff. So yeah, I'm bringing some of this learning here to join Raquel's journey as well.
Yeah, so the first chapter will be how to make your design more dev friendly. And by this is not changing everything for the only for the dev concerns, but eventually to help the daily basis of a design of a developer, where he can understand, or she can understand exactly what you think about your ideas on the designs. Now.
All right. So I think this is like a very known one, but it's one of the tips that designers normally forget a little bit. So is a reminder for always to start talking with the developers as soon as you join your team. And I know even if you already are working with your team and you maybe don't created this moment yet, don't lose any minutes. Talk to them. Doesn't matter if you already started, but I think this point is very important to like just schedule a kickoff moment with them, saying like, "Hi, I am your designer. You probably already know me, but like, can we set a way of working between us?" You know, and this point is extremely important because then you can get to know your team, you can get to know how they work, and you can make sure also they can board on your activities from the start. So that means that you can know if they want to participate on your discoveries, on your workshops, on your user testing. And most of the time they do want, they just don't know sometimes how to jump in. So I think this moment is like the beginning of a relationship. You need to present yourself, create some bond. And also define, sometimes I like to define in a document, like how you want to work, what are the things you want to participate. So just make sure to create this meeting, schedule yourself, do that whenever you can. And the input is very special, like it's very good throughout your whole UX journey. So yeah, just be close to them. Also, this one is also very important because I see, like at Booking, for example, many designers don't join some of the ceremonies because looks very tech, very developer. And this sometimes I feel like is a way to separate us a little bit. So don't fall for that. Try to be wherever your developers are. That means be in all the ceremonies the more you can. So be on the stand-ups, on the sprint plannings, on the bug bashes, and it will be extremely important for you to be closer to them, also to understand what they are talking about, and of course to share your inputs. So be wherever they are in all the ceremonies. These requirements sometimes they are missing on our Figma files, and sometimes even the designers don't jump too much into these documents. So this is like the product requirement document that normally the product manager does. And also the RFC, I think is the requirement for comments, something like that, I forgot. But they look like some very specific documents, but to be honest, the PRD, for example, is one of the best documents for the designer to contribute together with the product manager. And for example, for myself personally, is one of the best opportunities for me to put all the UX input I have in a document that I know the developers are going to read. So make sure you are building it together with the product manager, that you are in the RFC all the time, placing comments, reading whatever they are writing there. And also make sure to point these documents on your files, on your design files.
Thank you. As Julie was mentioned regarding organization of the files, in case you need that and put the link on your files, maybe you should consider the organization of your files, because we know how many times a developer goes in your file and says, I don't know which artboard I should look for. So we should improve that. We have already some tips at the moment, but we shouldn't concern, or we shouldn't just think that the developer only wants the UI, the final UI, right? If he wants to see the research, if he wants to see any other phases, it should also be useful for them. Not only for him, but also product managers. So once you are organizing your file, not only you are facilitating the developer's life, but also other stakeholders that you have to respond to. So yeah, this is a cliche, but it's still often a problem. So keep it in mind and organize your file. And if you're using branches, because branches are only available on organizational and enterprise, but still keep in mind how to use them and don't be like a total chaos. And once you merge, you lose information. So make sure that you, for instance, have a logic when using branches, like assigning the ticket number on the branch, or naming the branch with a specific feature that you're working on. So try to put some logic on the creation of the branch, so other people that will go into your file, devs especially, will understand exactly what's on WIP, like work in progress, or what it's done and what you need to basically consider for them. Sorry, I forgot that I have these ones. This is also another one that I think with time I see people forgetting it. But first, before you do all the sizes of the breakpoints and the screens, also try to understand which screens are the most used on your users in your products by analytics or any information that you might have with your project manager. Because often you do like a bunch of different screens and a bunch of different solutions for mobile and desktop, and you go on analytics and there's not even mobile audience using it because for the origin of the product doesn't make sense. So, or you can have multiple resolutions of desktop that you don't even dream about and you're not considering them those for some reason. So try to see first which resolution do you have and which the developer use at the moment, because developers often, when they are also using a framework, they might have already some system of grids and columns. So I think this alignment is huge, and sometimes it could have a great impact on your UI from the way that you're creating stuff. So keep in mind to double check which resolutions you are working with. Also, this one I think is very forgotten because we only think about an API path, right? When we have a task as a product designer or anything, we just think about due topic flow and that's it. And this happened to me often in the past that once I just starting to consider more use cases, it would help developers because often my colleagues that didn't have the use cases of error states or alternative solutions, the developer goes and asks those questions in the middle of his work in progress. And so the designer has to give a response right away, like a quick fix. And you shouldn't do quick fix for error states or alternative stuff, right? So think about all the other flows that your user might have. Like, of course, you have the ideal path, but what if you have some connection problem? I don't know. What if you have anything that eventually it's a more niche case, but it still needs to be developed for the user? So think about it. And if you don't know which use cases you should consider, your dev most likely will know better, or even your product manager or other stakeholders. So keep it in mind to consider all the scenarios and not just one, the beautiful one.
And just to add to this one, in the research, this was one of the main complaints from the developers is that the designs are missing user cases like arrows. For example, that you have an input, thank you. Then you have an input and sometimes doesn't have how this input is gonna behave if you have a lot more text. For example, how the interface is gonna behave. So yeah, this is what they ask, like some more use cases and arrows. All right, this is a little bit about building components. So for companies that already have a design system, it's easier for them to inspect what components is being used. But also, normally when we build interface, we are also creating new components. So one of the feedback from the developers is, please label or separate in some area what are the custom components, the snowflakes, or the components that are not from the design system, or even if you are building up on top of a design system component and put the properties of it, but just let very clear that this is not from design system, this is a custom component. This will help them to estimate time to build, to understand how much work they will need to do as a custom work. And use prototypes. I think we normally do prototypes just for user testing, but actually developers really like to navigate through the prototypes to see how things will behave. Of course, this doesn't replace the flow. They also need to see the flow in the Figma file. But if you share with them the prototype with the navigation, it will be much easier for them to understand how things behave and how the interaction will work, and also consider all the possible states. This one was like a winner in the research, for example, the feedback about finding all the files, also as Raquel mentioned, separating the explorations from, okay, what is the final design, what is the MVP? So they call it freeze. So I think it's something that they use also in code. But it's like, have something that is not going to change. It's not going to keep interacting, right? Because sometimes, yeah, you share the file, and then when they go back to it, there is already some change on it. Figma is helping a lot with the dev mode as well, showing compare changes. Also now with the badge, it's also you can save the changes that you do. But what they say is like, if you divide in another file or in another page, is already very helpful, because for them, they don't need to navigate on all of this, the explorations, the UX process. So maybe separate it from the vision and the exploration is already really good, and keep it in a single place. So development file is in a separate place. Right?
Yeah, so this one, you might think that might be too obvious, but I've seen a lot in the past from previous experience that, for instance, a developer goes in and has a ticket number on Jira or anything that they use, and like, oh, this is a feature, go there, and this is the work. And the developer goes and be like, where's the Figma link? So this is, I think it's a little bit of the operation inside of the team. But you as a designer, if you don't have any routine of making sure that the developer doesn't have all the requirements, make sure that at least there's a Figma file. And also another tip that I often see that people still not using it is to specify which you want to share, because you can share like a page. You can first share the whole file, but you can also specify and just share a page, but you can also just share a section, or even the artboard, or even the component. So Figma allows you to do focus on what you want to share, and once the people get in on the link, it can just jump where you specifically ask them. And if you imagine like a big file, and if you just go and ask for the specific section, as you might understand it, it's huge and it's very different from the experience of the developer. This is just another tip from dev mode, that if you have dev mode, it will do this behavior, but it will do like a focus view. So we will have like an overlay on the rest of the things that are selected, and it will be highlighted. So I think it could also be good for the developer experience. So this one is a feature that I really use, but I often see that people don't even know about it, or don't know how to use it, or the value of it. Your Figma file often has automatic save version histories. It will just show with a date and a number, but you don't actually know what's inside of it. So I often use this, for instance, when I'm doing a big release, or I'm working with versions, or something that is huge, and I want to go back and freeze how the file is. And this is allowed to have you a title and the description. And then it will basically look like this. So you will have like the title and the description and who's saving it. And with this, on these 3 dots, you can choose whether you can copy that link, whether you can duplicate that version, or you can even just go there and visit and copy stuff from that version. Let's say like, oh, I want to use like something that I did on version 1. And you go there and see how it is, and then you copy for your version 3. This is very useful in my opinion, because I often see pages like version 1, version 2, version 3, and you are overloading your file, and instead you can have everything in one place and just do version stories, and you say version 1, and then version 2, and then version 3, and you have everything in the same place, and you don't overload the capacity of your Figma file, because that's something often we also have that problem, right? The RAM starts to explode.
Just another comment on that. Developers really like when we use versions, because it's how they work. So they also already very familiar with that. And you can separate that even using the same nomenclature that they are using for their versions. All right, so about the ready for dev tag. So this is one of their favorites, because now they can actually know what is actually ready. to be developed. And when you share the focus link mode for the dev mode, they're gonna see only those screens. So one thing that they mention a lot is about how Figma UI is a bit cluttered. So they really appreciate when things are a bit more clear, a bit more, just cleaned. So you can organize. I'm also a very huge fan of sections. So use sections, made a lot of use of it. They really like it. Also, a tip here is when you use the ready for dev tag, the developers will receive an email. And for them, this is really nice because then, they are not in Figma all the time. So they are not receiving the notification as we do. So the email normally is something that they use a little bit more. So of course, if you don't put a lot, like thousands of dev tags, it will not turn into a spam, but it would be very helpful for them to receive the email and also to navigate the files. So this is something that I mentioned before about scheduling a kickoff meeting to set up how you work together, and also to define the process where the devs on board will be involved. So do that not only when you're starting a project every time, but also in your ongoing teams. And also use comments. This is something that I was not completely sure, but then after the research we did, it was a very interesting learning that they really prefer to read the discussions in the comments. So use comments a lot, tag them, tag the product manager. I personally use the comments as an email. So I put like CC and tag the rest of the team, because they like to see, okay, what was discussed in this screen before, for example, and what happened, how things changed, and what are the reasons. So yeah, you can just, sometimes I just copy things in a comment and tag them there just to make sure they're gonna see it as well. Yeah.
All right, so we will now show some advantages of having dev mode. Just a quick side note, in case you don't know your plan, it could be relevant to know about this. I think most on the organization plan, that's the most common one. On small agency, I think it's more normal to have professional accounts. But if you are in organization and enterprise, you can have dev mode. Now, you have three type of license. You have the full one, which, by the way, any designer has a full dev mode as an editor. So anyone that is an editor on Figma eventually has dev mode. You can also just have the dev mode seat, or as a viewer, which is more basically what you have at the moment, your developers most likely. So before you jump in and sell off to your team or to your company that dev mode is great, let's buy a bunch of license, you should just eventually say what is, and maybe perhaps educate people and even ask around to developers if it's worth it to have it. Do you see any advantages of it? Because this is for them, not for us. So basically what we have is on the navigation panel, and this is with the UI 3, but it's not that different from the current one. You have like the ones that you as a designer put ready for dev. And the nice thing to have here is that it can indicate you if you as a designer change anything, you will know when you change, like edit 6 days ago. So this is for developer is nice because you can see when you actually edited something, sorry. And then here, this is like an upgrade of the old inspect panel. So you will have here a thing that I will explain later, which is to compare changes. You can also have here a very good button like link to documentation, which is often forgotten to be used. And then here you can have CSS and HTML and other stuff, properties that it's ready to go and ready to copy, basically. So this is important for you to understand before you jump in like, oh, let's buy a bunch of dev mode. And people will ask you, why? What's the benefit? So you have to understand why you're doing it. So as I was explaining, that feature allows you to compare changes it's a similar experience when you're reviewing a branch, basically. You can see what it was changed or not, and you can even do an overlay so the developer can understand the difference between one artboard to another. So as you can see, this is very visual, and it helps the developer to understand the changes. And as I was mentioning, you can have multiple possibilities of copying code and CSS and so on. And you can even choose, for instance, the dimension unit of that, because it's something that is really required sometimes if we have pixels or RAM or anything else. And if you don't know this, maybe you should do some homework. And this is very useful, as you can imagine, because for them, it's very interesting to see visually the paddings and so forth. Of course, this will only work if you use auto layout. So for those who don't know to use it, you should explore it because it's really good.
Right. So also about the snippets of code, devs, most of them find it helpful to check when they are expecting the design elements. So also this depends a lot on your best practices as a designer, right? Using auto layout and even like how you name your layers and this kind of stuff. So Figma and Dev Mode can already generate these snips of codes. So they normally check this structure, especially like we also did some tests with the VS Code plugin, for example. So it can be very helpful for them when they are checking, inspecting the components. Also, Dev Mode integrates with popular development tools like GitHub, for example, like Visual Studio Code, as I mentioned, and Jira, and also a Storybook. So, of course, it depends on the tools that your team are using, but I think it's worth it to mention for them, hey, do you want to check this? How does it work? How the integration can work for you? I remember on the testing that we did for VS Code, they really like, for example, to export things, to have the both windows at the same time. So they don't need to leave VS Code to go to Figma. The windows can still be a little bit cluttered. So for example, when you check compare changes, the report can have a lot of information. So what can help with that is versions. So if you save the versions when you do changes, I think it can become a habit very quickly. If you think about like whenever you change something, you just save and you write down, yeah, I just move some things around. So we'll help them to have this information here and also on the plugin. And have some fun. I think when you're talking about Dev Mode, Figma also provides with a playground. And what I did was like to use Figma's playground and adapt to my context. I think makes things easier when you put your own components, the design system of your company, so they can play around and see how components behave, how can they check the properties and the style before they start coding.
Thank you. So we have comments. So we also have annotations, which I think it's a little bit of an upgrade of some comments. For instance, you can use annotation for specific design decisions, like sharing a specific color variable. And as you can see there, it's already showing up in the display and it's more easy for them to copy. You can also explain why this padding is slightly different on that context. So you can have more properties on the design attached to that annotation. Some people already gave me the feedback that annotation seems a little bit small and doesn't have too much space to write, but I think Figma will listen to that and hopefully will improve the experience. But basically, it's a more technical annotation, like a technical comment. Let's put it like that. Oh, sorry, wrong button. Also, this one is something that we often forgot, but it's really terrible for a dev to go in your designs and don't know what they shouldn't export and how, like your icons or your images, and it's really painful for them to understand. And on dev mode, that job is a little bit more easier and better because you can do like, you can assign the assets and it will be just right away for them to download. So it's more assets export friendly in that matter, because you probably have the problem like, oh, I didn't know what to export, or even have to put it on the side for them to export just because of that. And so this will help them a lot when exporting stuff. This one, I haven't tried it yet, but I think it has a huge potential, which is called Code Connect, which is basically the devs can access directly of the code of your component inside of Figma. So if I'm trying to, as a developer, to see the component, and instead of going to a bunch of places, I can have the connection to the repository and just copy and basically from here. And you will have this hashtag connected that it seems that is syncing. So you can see the potential of the workflow being speeded up here. And I think this one really has a huge impact.
So this is for people who still don't have dev mode. And I know that a lot of companies are still going through the process of like contracting and analyzing the benefits. But you will still have the old inspect panel. So you still have some properties being only visible to viewers and also to editors will be either with dev mode or inspect from the design panel. So yeah, some things is still possible, but I am biased. I like dev mode a lot, and I know that also the developers I'm working with, they really like it. And actually on this research we did, I think was 75% of the developers were already using since the Figma launching. So there is a huge engagement of developers ad booking with this tool already. So I think before we finish, just a final tip is really like talk with your developers more often. I think we are hearing a lot of the talks today about talking with your users, talking with developers, making the design a bit more closer to production, right, development. So I think there is sometimes a stigma between this relationship. And I think we need to get closer to them. And also, like, instead of preparing this huge handoff with a lot of details, sometimes just ask them, is this useful? Because you're going to find out that it can actually be much, much simpler. They need some very specific stuff and not that much stuff that we think.
And I think that's it. And now we will liberate you for lunchtime. So you're free to go. We will be back at, let me just check. I think it's 2 o'clock.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os momentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade.
Inovação e experiência.
Bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro, onde temos uma parte de festa muito presente da empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
desenvolvimento.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem e que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente,
Confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível
tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
desenvolvimento.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Ah, não tá? Pronto, agora tá.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
confiança e novos desafios.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade.
Inovação e experiência.
Bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte e tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Se for preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
desenvolvimento,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
Agora só tenho mais um da apresentação, né? Agora já tá. Deixa. Eu vou voltar aqui com... Apesar que já vai começar o outro, né? Deixa eu ver se o som estourou.
Settings. Sorry.
It's safe to say that 100% of us use plugin or widget, right? So before we start, can I change? Before we begin, let's review the distinctions between a widget and a plugin. Widgets are customizable, interactive elements that live on the canvas. They enhance collaboration and add functionality to designs. Some examples: countdown timers, stick notes, and data visualizations. And plugins are script-based tools that extend Figma's capabilities. Great time to do this sounds. They automate tasks and add new features to Figma's interface. So, and it lives outside the canvas, in our case, from Figma. The main distinctions between a widget and a plugin is the user, the interaction, and the usage. For a widget, it's more a multiplayer experience. It's collaborative. The interaction is directly on the canvas, and the usage is a limited number of widgets live inside the canvas. For a plugin, it's a single-player experience. The interaction happens outside of the canvas. It's great. This noise. And the usage is one at a time. You can use two plugins at the same time. And why are they important? With them, we can customize. We can tailor Figma to specific workflow needs. They improve the efficiency, automate repetitive tasks. They can solve our problems. They address unique challenges in the design projects. And they can spend skills. There is an opportunity to blend design with basic development. So far, so good. But why create hours? To solve a problem. And the problem was me. At my workplace, we had to log the hours in Jira, and I forgot it. It's great. I felt guilty. I'm in a just situation. I went to Figma history and estimate the hours that I worked. Okay, I fixed all my hours. Okay, but I felt guilty. And at my lunchtime, we work in different companies, but we work remotely. So lunchtime we are together. So I shared with Andrea what I did at my work, and I told me, it would be great to have a solution to track the time inside Figma. And let's take one solution. We can create one as no one. It's good? Okay. As no one could see, no one. And that's how the idea of Figma Time Tracker came about. With more than 5,000 users. Our plans stay high and didn't quite work out, but it did help us to realize how strong the Figma community is. The concept was a solution to track the precise interaction time, and now the execution will pass to Andrea.
Thank you very much. So basically, the idea was not to create the usual time tracker, because that already exists in inside of Figma and outside of Figma. So we wanted to create a solution that was a bit different. We wanted it to be automatic because most time trackers, you basically have to start and stop. And we wanted it to actually detect when you start working and when you stop working, okay? And another thing that we wanted to do was we wanted to try and track the execution time, because a lot of design time is also thinking about the concept and stuff. And we wanted to actually track the amount of time that you spend executing the design, okay? So to do this, we developed a widget, and we chose to develop a widget for a simple reason. We wanted to have something very simple that we just place on a document, and it starts tracking my changes, the time that I spent doing them, and that's about it. Okay, and we also wanted, so if this is an object that is placed on the Figma document, we wanted everyone else inside of the same document to actually see the same thing that I see. So the widget also helps do this automatically, and so that's why we choose to do a widget and not a plugin. So in terms of execution, it's actually pretty simple. Before I start, I just want to know if there is any developer here in the room. So basically, pretty much all the designers. But the process is actually pretty simple. Okay, so the tools that you need are the ones that you see here. So all you need is the Figma desktop app for the development. You need some kind of code editor, so I used Visual Studio Code. You need to install Node.js to basically for the backend, and what I recommend is for you to use the quick start from Figma, which basically sets up a boilerplate project for you, so it will be easier to start. And basically, what we created was something like this. Okay, so the widget is very, very simple. What you see is basically 4 different elements. So you have a tooltip at the top, you have the user image, you have the username, and then the time that is being tracked. Okay, so the time that you are interacting with the Figma document. So I'll ignore the tooltip because it's just an HTML element, and I'll talk about everything else. So we'll start with the image, okay? And this simple line of code, I actually made it 5 lines, but it's just 1 line of code if you do it in line. So it's very, very simple to do something like getting the user image and displaying it on the widget, okay? So it's basically this. So the widget API uses JSX to describe the widget layout, and JSX is basically just HTML, but can also have code execution inside of it, okay? So what you're seeing here is something very simple. So I'm basically just creating an image, and I'm saying, okay, the border rate is 60, with height is 60 as well, so we have a circular image. And then I'm saying that the source of this image is Figma.user.photo URL. Okay? So it's as simple as this. So you use JSX to describe the widget layout, which is kind of like HTML, but in some cases it's easier to use. And then you use TypeScript to actually leverage the Figma plugin API. Okay? So if you want to get information from Figma, from the document, from the user, you basically write Figma, so as simple as this, dot something, okay? So I want to get user information, so Figma dot current user dot the property that I want to access. So for the image, it's just this, okay? And then if I want to get the username, basically the same process, even simpler. So I'm basically creating a text asset like this. I'm saying that the font size is 14, and then I get the user's name in the same manner as before. So Figma, current user, and the name. And this basically can see the username, displays it automatically, and that's it. So this is pretty simple, right? It's not too complicated. Where it gets a bit more tricky is when you want to do custom behaviors, like again for the time tracking, okay? But still, Figma provides us with pretty much everything that we need to do this. So Our logic behind the time tracking is basically whenever the user interacts with the document, we track that change, we calculate the time in between, and then estimate the time that the user spent doing that action. Okay? So Figma provides us with events, and we are basically subscribing to an event that's called document change. Okay? So we basically just do Figma, once again, just access the Figma object, and then dot on. So this will subscribe to the event, and this means that anytime there's a change in the document, I will be notified. Okay? My code is notified every time there's a document change, I'm going to call this function. The function is basically a behavior that is going to be executed. So every time there's a change in the document, this function here is called. I get the event and the amount of document changes that were done. Okay? So at this point, basically what we do is we see the timestamp at what time was this change made, how many changes were done, and then based on that, we have a logic to track the time in between changes. Okay? So the widget is pretty much it. So I'm not showing here the logic for tracking the changes just because it's a bit more complex and would require a bit of time. But to do something like a simple widget like this, it's very, very simple. Okay? Yeah, so basically just a small demo. This is just a video demo, but you can see this is Carolina using the widget. So you basically add it to the canvas, like this. It loads the image, loads the username, and then it starts tracking the time. So you can see she's just going to be some text here. There you go. And then she moves on to the widget. It's on the background, basically tracking the time that you are spending interacting with the document. So now she's doing nothing, so it's not counting the time. Okay. So when you are interacting, it's tracking the time. When you stop, it automatically stops.
The lessons that we learned. The widget didn't work for me, but it achieved its initial goal, track interaction time in Figma. There are moments during the project development that I'm not interacting with the Figma, but I'm working because I'm looking at the Figma and I'm trying to solve a problem or I'm working, but I'm not interacting. So for me, the no interaction time is important. And also, when the widget is running, that bar and is very annoying, this too. DJ moment. So, and I don't know about you.
Really fast. And there you go.
And I don't know about you, I have a lot of ideas or projects inside my mind, but I don't have the courage to do it. I'm afraid that it can be perfect. I'm afraid what the people will say, and the fact that we thought that nobody would see it give us courage to do it. And the people saw it. In fact, more than 5 people. We know that within Figma community is not a huge number, but certainly we didn't expect this number. So one thing that Figma Time Tracker taught us is that if you have idea, do it. Even though it's not perfect, because we launch it and now we have the opportunity to improve it. And the other thing that Figma Time Tracker helped us is to inspire us to create our new Figma solution. Our first plugin, the Figma Font Filter. The concept is choose fonts directly in Figma without leaving the platform. When I have a client who doesn't have a font style guide, I like to visit Google Fonts as a style filter, because usually I know the style that I want to use in this project. So I go there and I choose the perfect font for the project. But we try to resolve this. But this is the concept, and now we have to choose the solution. And the solution was a plugin. But why a plugin? Because it's a single player experience. And you don't have to interact with it every time. Just one time, it's enough. So as our inspiration was Google Font, we aim to give to the user a similar experience, a similar appearance and a similar user experience that we have on Google Font. With the filters that already exist there, the decorative stroke, the classification, the properties, the language, but we add 2 new features. Now you can compare the fonts, and now you can save the font. I'm always forget the name of the font. I like the font, but I'm always forgetting the name of the font. Now you can save for you. And now Andrea is going to tell us about the execution.
So just another thing before we start the execution of why we chose to do a plugin in this case is because we wanted to. So you find a font that you like, you want to save it, and you probably want to use it in another project. So in this case, it didn't make sense for it to be a widget because we wanted it to live in every project that you have, okay? So you find a font that you like, you basically add it to the plugin, and it stays stored there wherever you want to take it, whatever the project that you do. So basically, in terms of development, the environment setup is exactly the same. So you need the Figma desktop app, you need a code editor, Node.js, and again, I highly recommend following the quick start guide because it sets the basic code for you to run. And in case of a plugin, it's a bit more complicated than doing a widget, because for a widget, you use a single file for everything. But for a plugin, you actually use 2 different files, okay? So on the left-hand side, you have a UI.html file where this basically is just an HTML document where you will be building the UI by using HTML and CSS, and then you use JavaScript to create basically the front-end functionalities. But then this file needs to communicate with code.ts, which is a TypeScript document, if you want to access the Figma document, if you want to access Figma functionality, okay? And these 2 can talk to each other, okay? So if you need something on your front end, you talk to code.ts, okay? So this would be basically similar to having a front end and a back end, okay? So the usual process is you start building the UI. So you start by using just UI.html. And here, if you have done web development before, or if you have seen someone do it, it's pretty simple, okay? So each of these sections are just divs. So we have a div for the header, we have a div for the preview section where you can basically write the text you can to see as a preview, you can change the font size. You have the filter, so you can filter by decorative stroke, classification, properties, and language. And then you have a list of results that are filtered based on the filters and everything that you select. And finally, you have pagination, because we are getting all the fonts that exist in Google Fonts, so there are thousands of fonts there. So as you can see, this is, if you've seen HTML code, that's just it. So if you've seen web development, this is exactly the same. There's nothing new here. So in the end, you'll end up with something like this. So you have a plugin tag where you will do all the HTML code to describe your plugin. And then you add the CSS styles, so on the style tag, and if you have front-end functionalities, which you will have, you have it inside of a script tag, okay? So once you do this, you'll have a working UI, a working front-end, but next you actually need to say to the plugin, show this UI to the user, okay? So by doing this, you describe all the front end visually, all the front end in terms of functionality, but you need to show it in the plugin. And this is thankfully also very simple to do. So on the code.ts, you basically write figma.show UI, and then you pass this line here, which is underscore underscore HTML underscore underscore, and I'll explain what that is next. And then the width and the height of the plugin that you want to have. And this is just it, okay? If you write this code, you basically will end up with a working front end with basically just not connected to any data. So you will see this, but you will have 0 results, okay? And basically just so that you know, this tag here, underscore underscore HTML underscore underscore, basically points at a file that is stored in manifest.json, which is a configuration file. So this is just a detail because a lot of people have trouble understanding what this means. So this basically means that you are going to be showing this file right here. So at this point, we have a working user interface that the user can interact with, but it has 0 information. So what we had to do in our case was we need to get the fonts from the Google Fonts API, okay? So we actually need to request this information on the code.ts file, okay, which is our backend. So in order to do this, we subscribe to a run event. Okay, it's the same thing that we did for the widget, but in this case, the run event is going to be fired once the plugin starts running. Okay, so when you launch the plugin, this is going to be called, and once it is called, we get the fonts, we get favorites, we get compare fonts. So I'm just going to focus on getting fonts because we don't have time for everything else. But basically, we will call this function, and this function will get the fonts from Google Fonts API. And this is a basic HTTP request. So probably for a design audience, this doesn't make a lot of sense, but we are basically asking Google APIs to send us the list of fonts that are available, okay? And once we get a response from them, we store that information here in a variable called fonts so that it stays stored. And then we have to send it to our user interface. Okay, so this is where it gets a bit more complicated because they need to communicate, okay? So our TypeScript, so our backend, gets the fonts and basically will use this function called post message to send the message back to the user interface, okay? So you call figma.ui and post message. So we are sending a message to our user interface. And that message contains basically the type of the message and the fonts that we got from the Google Fonts API. And on our user interface, we basically subscribe to another event, which is called onMessage. So we are getting all the messages that are sent, and we basically check the type, okay? So I am posting a message with the type load fonts, and here I'm receiving all the messages, and if the type is load fonts, I know that I am receiving fonts that I want to display to the user, okay? And that is basically it. So once we receive the fonts here, we can actually fill the results with all the fonts that we receive, okay? So that's pretty much it. Every font that we get from Google Fonts will basically have a family, a subset, a category, variants, And this is how we can filter between them. Okay, so we use all these attributes to filter. We can also add them to the favorites, comparison lists. And one thing that I don't think we mentioned is we can also apply the selected font to any selected text element inside of the canvas. Okay, so if you select an element inside of the canvas and you click apply font, it will apply the font automatically. Okay, so just to wrap this up, another small demo. So basically, this was Carolina using the plugin. She added it. She's adding a preview text that is automatically updating in the font list at the bottom. You can increase or decrease the font size, add filters, again, based on language, properties, and so on. And you can add them to the comparison list like this. She's going to go back and add another one. So these will stay stored in your comparison list so that you can compare them side by side. She selected the text element, she applied, and automatically the text element applied that font, and you can see the result right there. So in short, this is basically the plugin that we created and the process, a very high-level overview of the process of creating it. And just before we wrap this up about the publication, this is also important. So you develop something, you want to publish it so that everyone can actually use it. And the process in Figma is basically the most simple and straightforward process that I have experienced. It's very, very simple. So all that you need to do is in the Figma desktop app, select the plugin that's in development, and there's a button, publish. Fill in the information like you see here. So icon, the name, tagline, description, submit, and that's it. That's all there is to it. It's very, very, very simple. Just wait a few days for approval. And unless you mess up really bad, it's going to be approved. So the process is very simple.
It took almost a year to publish the Figma font filter, but we published it this month. It's available on Figma, you can search for it. It took almost a year for several reasons. As I shared with you at the beginning of this talk, we have a full-time job, we have a house to take care of, and we have to spend the time with our son. So our solutions are created late night when our son is asleep, so we are tired. This affects our communication because when we are talking, we are in hushed tones to not wake up him. This affects our decisions. For example, I designed the interface. For me, it's the header should be fixed on the top of the plugin, but I did not communicate it with him. So I thought, I forgot, and we saw another mistakes that we done, but it's published. Now we can improve it. And last week happened what I told you, that sometimes the client doesn't have a font style guide. It happened, and I used the plugin. It was very cool to still use my plugin, our plugin. So it's cool. We are happy to be here, sharing with you our brief history development solution for Figma. Your feedback is very important to us to improve. And if also test it is the one thing that I should ask, and have some tips.
Yeah, just to finish some tips. I already said this, but really just because some people have already asked us at lunch how to start. Like, the documentation is really, really good for Figma. So I highly recommend that you start by basically following the documentation. It allows you to set up a basic plugin or widget very, very fast, and you'll get up and running in no time. So that's the best recommendation that I can give you. And the next one is just do these things. Like, it's very simple to actually create, and Figma is amazing from my point of view. I'm not a designer, but the fact that they allow you to actually add something to the platform if it doesn't exist, it's amazing. Because a lot of times you're working with closed platforms, there's something that the platform doesn't have, and you're just stuck. But in this case, if Figma doesn't have a functionality, you just write it up, you add it, and that's it. And then you share it with the community, which is also good.
A tip that I could give you is, if you have an idea, do it. It's not perfect, but someday could be perfect. I don't know. So anybody has questions? I don't know if.
Yep, that's it.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, despite your voice, Carolina. It was great content, very interesting. Also, André, big kudos. If you have any specific Q&A, I will ask you to reserve it for the Q&A at the end of the day, so we can be on schedule. Thank you again. And now we will have Gabriel. Just 1 second to put the slides, the usual. I think you know already. So,
Tem uns comentários.
Tá quase.
Graças a Jesus.
Tá.
Obrigado. Onde eu passo? Até o contrário.
Okay.
Já vamos esperar a fatura funcionar a partir de 100.
Diz que funciona, pelo amor de Deus.
Está aqui as notas.
Pode aumentar
Posso pôr um bocadinho?
Isso, nossa. Aí. Very much. Yeah, I have 3 achievements for today that I want to highlight. One is it's amazing to use a microphone. I feel like a Beyonce, yes, I'm shaking, I'm really nervous, but I don't know how she can do it. Maybe she's a kind of God, but anyway, she's a Beyonce, and she can do everything that she wanted. And the second thing, I really shake, sorry for that. The second thing is it's a pleasure to be here with you, all of you, staffs, organization, speakers, and the audience. We are here because we want to be here, okay? We have the passion with design, and we are here because of the passion, this passion. So it's a great honor for me. Yes, thank you for that experience. Yes. It's applause for you, for all of us. Yes. Nice. And, yeah, okay. The third thing, yes. I want to talk about mistakes. It's a kind of joke, not a joke, no, it's not like that. It's like a play with the methodology, design thinking, design doing, and design mistakes. I want to highlight about mistakes. So my name is Gabriel Patrocínio. I'm Brazilian. I'm living here in Portugal since 2018. And I'm a designer with 8 years of experience, but 3 years dedicated with digital products. And from now, I really gonna ask you a little bit patience with my English, because maybe it's the second time that I speak in English. Yes, and I will make some mistakes for sure, for some prepositions, for verbs, but anyway, in fact, making mistakes is a theme of this talk. So, in our profession, we have a lot of methodology to think, to solve the problems, but as José Torres told us before, every path of this journey is correct, it's right, it's done, it's conclusion, concluded. Yes, you see. Uh, um, what's happened if we are wrong? If we make mistakes, what's happened with that? How we can deal with that? If we can make some mistakes, how could we overcome, persist, and rethink that situation? So, talk about those mistakes if you could happen, and when it happened, and how to deal with, and it could be an opportunity to grow up. And I believe that the more we talk about mistakes, talk about those, I don't like the word error, I prefer mistakes, the great perspective, acceptance, reference, experience we will have about the situation, okay? And I mean, when I say here about mistakes, it's not mistakes in the project. It's like mistakes to us as a designer, to us a creative professional. And it's good for our mental health too. So what we have here is understand the mistakes. In most cases, our projects that we design should be a success, should be perfect, should be, oh my God, it's like a rainbows in the sky. But no, it's a real life and it's happened. But yes, it's kind of a trial to be. Sometimes you are right, sometimes you are not right. And we need to recognize that it's not about the perfectional, it's about the feeling, it's about the perception of our mistakes, okay? And how did this topic came about? I have here is like a personal story when I went to the worst moment of my career. I'm still in healing process with that, but I would like to share this with you. I think is a great place to talk about that. I would like to share some steps that work for me during this journey of improving a lot of healthy research, patient, and yes, it's a healing process. So I tried, I failed, I try again, and I give up. During professional experience that I was designing a software interface project, everything went really bad, really good in this case. Both UI, UX, the stakeholders, all this team, all we need is love, and love you always need, it's perfect. But after that, with another project, something is like kind of we have some problems with that, and unfortunately I try many solutions, interaction research proposals, and I fail and I give up, and unfortunately as a result I burn out. And yes, the result of this experience was terrible for me. In one of the really worst moments of my career, when I talk about passion, I lost my passion about design. It's kind of a delicate topic, but yes, let's discuss about that. I feel like disaccredited, afraid, insecure, weak, and several other feelings. And for me, it's a complicated process. A period is a process, but I think there is a ways to overcome it. And yes, I know that people are different, feelings are different, burnouts are different, and we know that. We really know that many things are subject, but here, what I want to highlight that makes me feel a little bit better than before. First thing is recharge. It's really important. Like quality time is needed, not only mentally, physically, emotionally. Like take care of you. You need to think about that. I want to say thank you for my therapist too. He's not watching now, but it's important to have this professional to work with us. It's helping me to understand my feelings and my thoughts. If it's possible for all of you, seek for professional help. And community, it's a part of, I want to highlight that because Friends of Figma here today is an event, but we have a community. Here is just an event. It's happened after it's finished at 6, right? But after that, we still have a community. So use that, not join that, but interact with people, interact with professionals, talk about mistakes or talk about everything that you wanted. And yes, I think it's good for me. It's helped me a lot. And the last thing, live your life. Remember that work is one part of our lives, not all of it. So define the work balance, work-life balance. For me, it's like I have my cat, I have my video games, my books, some time to, I don't know, to just take a breath, to stay with people that I love, my girlfriend, my family, if it's possible. So it's really important to have hobbies, activities, and yes. So, what kind of mistakes that I made? Yes, I'm totally wrong during this project. I I try, okay, I have a burnout right now, but okay, let's think about it. I don't want to lose my professional being a designer. So, I need to see what's happened here. It's time to find out. Later, I thought about what happened. I talked with my colleagues, I talked with community, and we identified some kind of, it's not only, but some kind of communication part is something that I could have been done different due to in that experience, before my burnout, but it's some kind of that I need to improve right now. It's a part of the process. Maybe talk more, I don't know, if more stakeholder language and not design language. But anyway, after the burnout, that I quit this job, and I realized that, and I take some notes to not repeat it again. And talk about mistakes, not the hard skills, but let's think about the soft skills, the mistakes, how we feel about that, how understand a little bit more about these mistakes. But I think it's another opportunity to talk with the community. So I want to say I have some concept about what is a mistake for me, because I have this personal experience. It's totally subject. You have your experience about mistakes. You have a war. Anyway, we can discuss that. So different perspective about mistakes. I talk with people, with professionals in Adaptalis, in a forum, or forums, communities, social networks, and one guy that I want to really say thank you is Bruno. Where is Bruno right now? Bruno, yes. Thank you very much for it. I want to say thank you for all my mentors. Yeah, good. I want to say thank you for all my mentors, my mentorship that I have in Adaptalis and other communities. But Bruno, he kindly spoke and very honest about about his perspective about mistakes. Here is one of my inspiration for this talk right now, and Marcelo too is, yeah, Marcelo, thank you for that. And yes, I want to talk much more about these feelings, about the perspective, and I try to talk to other people too, not with the intention of causing any embarrassment or softening the situation, but share about the topic, and thus have the possibility of seeing this event. Let's say that it's a mistake in an event in a different way. So it's not like only like a cold questionnaire about, let me see, talk me about what's your definition about mistakes. No, it's not like that. It's another kind of conversation, but I use this this question as a guide for us. What's your definition of mistakes? How do you feel about the mistakes? How does this impact your life, not only your career? Okay, and what do you do with these feelings? So it's important to say here, the questions were completely subject here. I won't identify those peoples and the different in different career stage too. We have like people with 20 years of experience being a designer who have a really similar feelings comparing to a junior designer, for example. So it's an obstacle, it's a part of learning. The last thing that I want to happen, but it's always happen, it's a real life. Again, for me, it's like a running away from a hungry lion. I love this, not I love, but I like this kind of abstraction. Yes, okay. For me, it's like running away from a hungry lion. I avoid it, but eventually it arrives. But I need to learn to deal with it. And the second question is, how do we feel about the mistakes? Talking about this statement. Not all answer are completely negative, like some that talks about learning ability and opportunity to growing up, listening, understanding the process. This process can need some time to understand what do you feel about these mistakes. So I put here the mistakes was to think, to let me feel bad for days, weeks, months. It's really stuck. I'm afraid of making mistakes again, of exposing myself. I feel like a human is always in the learning process. So it's a totally subject, yes. And how does this impact your life? Many professionals say that feelings could impact in any part of their life, not only in a work situation that is, it's happened to me. Unfortunately, I'm afraid of making mistakes. Accept the pain of making mistakes, try to understand, and move it on. And for me, this is a really totally Gabriel answers here. Um, some ways to overcoming it, of perceiving things, being a part of community helped me a lot to understand better about myself. And yes, I don't want to read that. It's okay. It's open here. Now it's like I know that is a delicate yes topic, but it's help. It's real life. But what am I supposed to do with these feelings? Thank you again, my therapist. Right now, what is supposed to do with that? I debated this topic for days, weeks, months with my therapist, and he advised me to read everything about one topic called vulnerability. Okay, and he pointed research called Brené Brown. I don't know if anyone know her. Yes, and he said that watch the TED talk on YouTube, then watch the presentation on Netflix, then tell me which book we will buy. Yes, and he is totally right. I don't know. I expected to receive some advices about Freud or I don't know, so another research. But Brené Brown, who is he? I don't know, but it's like it's kind of light changer for me. Brené is just a suggestion from my therapist. I'm not taking full responsibility for everything that I want in lecture, self-help book, nothing like that. It was a process, is a construction. The author was really good communicator, and he identified this kind of a subject, vulnerability. Okay, he's PhD in social work. She's an author, research profession, and I totally recommended you, all of you, watch her TED talk, her Netflix presentation, and okay. Regarding about vulnerability, the author used the metaphor of everyday challenge and our routine challenge. It's a battle. It's like a battle in the arena. There are people who stay in the stand just watching. There is another people that goes in the arena no matter what, has the courage to present vulnerability to the world. It's kind of that. We are here in the arena. It's like talk about mistakes, talk about the project, talk about designing, and yes, it's kind of that. I love this quote, but you can read it before. Is vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change. In the book called Dare to Lead, Brené talks about vulnerability changes, and she shares that she makes some consultancies with the Silicon Valley and technology arena, and again, this afraid of being is afraid of having mistakes. This insecurity, it's happened with all of those people that work with creativity and innovation. And yes, Brené Brown, talk about this this place and this topic with technological people in this yes, in Silicon Valley. Sorry, I repeated it again, but yes. I'm still nervous, sorry, but let's move it on. Yes, this quote I love too is to create is to make something that has never existed before. There is nothing more vulnerable than that. Yes. Once again, the author talks about risking something, especially something that doesn't yet exist in some innovative way. This requires exposure is correct, right? Exposure, yeah. Okay, exposition. Chance of error, shame, failure, and then vulnerability, okay? So being vulnerable means accepting all of these risk conditions to do something that you believe in, okay? That you will work with it, but with risk of failure. Or you can be right, but you have a risk. And again, Brené Brown doesn't do any magical trick. She's a scientist who could help understand some issues about vulnerability, about the mistakes, about being right, wrong, about insecurity. I really recommended that. Yes. But I want to share some quotes about designers and research, what they say about mistakes. Okay, I have here one specific author called Jasper Jew. He's a game designer, and he explained the act of failing is he game develop. It's kind of a good thing, you know. It's like he know what is fail, and he put this in the games, and it's kind of use this failure to engage people and use as a part of experience of you know, when you play a game. It's like he says, Oh, you don't have here. But anyway, it's called paradox of failure. Like you play games thinking that you're gonna be right, but you are sure, you have 100% sure that you're gonna be fail. Okay, but you try it again, try it again, try it again, and success will be happen when you have this repetition. And another person is she's not a researcher, but she's a designer. Is Paulo Scher. Uh, she works in Pentagram. Paulo Scher is one of the most notable designers in recent years, in my opinion. The book called "Make It Bigger." She's comment of his failure stage in creativity process, and has happened several times. And he's basically what is expected, what she's expected as being failure. Um, there is a several other interviews that she talk about that, and I can put those links in the on the final slide of the presentation. But yes, I think she's inspired me to keep moving forward with that. And another one is an author called Mike Monteiro. I don't know if you heard something about him. If you read this book called "Design is a Job," I totally recommend him. It's talk about management in no technological hard skills. It's more like a soft skills, it's trust communications, talking with stakeholders. For example, it's called "Design is a Job." It's like a book. I don't know, 2015. I don't know, but I totally recommend it here. And another one, it's a guy called Luan Mateus from podcast called Papo de UX. I don't know if it's possible to translate that, Papo de UX. Search about it. Um, Last week, he launched a specific episode that he talked about mistakes and how he moved forward with lessons that he learned and how he felt during this process. But again, he overcome it. I recommended this episode, not only this one. Listen all of this episode. It's in Portuguese. It's right. It's pretty good. It's for free. Papo de UX. Richard de Jesus, yes, is he's open his Instagram box, and I don't know. I asked him, tell me about your perception about mistakes, and he, I, I like this answer. It's like a interaction. Interaction. This is the headline. Take this word to life is the process of repeating a function until a condition is reached. I remember that he used the example about Taylor Swift, that he have like I don't know, he released like a 200 musics, but only 35% is how can I say, like a success? Yes, but doesn't mean that he failed, that she failed or not. She's a fail, she's a success. Like a 25% of a hit is not a fail, I guess. And Ruben is special for you. I remember to read your blog 4 years ago in DXD. I don't know if you remember this article. Yes, and I leave this quote here for Ruben, which I think makes a lot of connection with that we talk about today. It's not about avoiding mistakes, but understanding, learning, being prepared, vulnerable to make a different mistakes and iterate it with the next phases, with the next steps. Thank you, Ruben. Yes. And we have here a framework called Design Mistakes. And no, it's not a framework. It's just some steps that I'm, I want to advise that because it's not like a bullet, silver bullet, but it's helped me a lot to improving my life after my burnout and give myself courage, motivation to make it move forward and continue it in a profession that I love it so much. So the first things, empathize it. We talk about empathize with users, but empathize with ourselves. Okay, knowing mistakes is a part of experience. It's experience. Could be good or could be bad. Okay, it's totally subject, but it's a part of experience. And don't forget, empathize with ourselves. Okay, the second one, define failure and success is not a black and white. It's how you interpreted it. And how you can see in those questionnaires that I shared before, we have a different kind of definition what is failure or what is success. So interpret it, thinking about it, what is success for you, what is failure for you, what is mistakes, and okay. Yes, I have here just one research that was releasing during this year. We have here, okay, because here is too small for me. Designed to fail? Question mark. The reasonable, yeah, this is the name of the success. They make it like a table that different those kind of mistakes is like is a technical, is organization, human, conceptual, external way or for communication like my or budget. You know, it's like thinking about the mistakes is my mistakes is by the budget is technological. It's like a kind of mapping these mistakes that maybe help you to understand better. Don't forget it. Document your entire journey of what you consider mistakes and how it's possible to overcome it. I have like a diary that I call diary of mistakes that every mistakes that I made during my life. I know there is a lot of that, but yes, I have one that every day I write when during the morning. I write my mistakes, and after that, at night, um, I write to myself how I feel about that and how it's possible to overcome it, to improve that, and to make this feeling more softer. And yes, it's opportunity to ideate new approaching after making these mistakes. It's kind of cliched, but like mistakes are parts of a process. When you fail, you make it's opportunity of learning. It's kind of that. And always ask for feedbacks or talk with the community, share your thoughts about mistakes. I think it's more we talk about that, more soft, if I can say that, is better for us, for our community, okay? And celebrate each achievement. Take a note, I don't know, write a letter, a poem, get a tattoo, eat a chocolate, post it on social media, capture the moment and celebration. You deserve it, okay? Celebrate this part. So to conclude it will pass. Good or bad experience, it will pass, okay? I'm here today, and we all are here, but it will pass. Let's keep in talking about mistakes. Again, here, Friends of Figma, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Telegram group, I don't know. Just let's talk about mistakes. And to conclude it, take care of your life like you take care of your design, okay? You matter. You are more than one job or a profession, okay? You really matter. So thank you very much, and happy birthday, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. No? No? Ah. Ok. Olha, eu queria, entretanto, o microfone morreu, mas queria-te agradecer pela partilha tão pessoal. Ok, parabéns.
Obrigado. Raquel, voz de Deus aqui atrás. Já está a funcionar bem, não está?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Before Bruno Reis, I just wanted to thank you for Gabriel sharing such a personal experience. Thank you, Gabriel. And now, the one and only Bruno Figueiredo.
We can turn this one off because I managed to make the other one work, so you can take it with you. But I'm not going to enter like this. But before I go, just one thing. There is one last kit with goodies that include a Bluette and a Figma bottle, really good one, a tumbler, black ones. You've probably seen a few of those here. And our social team is saying that they're going to give it to the people who does the most convincing pitch. Why do they deserve that kit? So on the break, head to the back. Our social team will have a camera ready. And if you guys convince them, they will give you the bottle and the hat. That's it. Now, to start, I'm just going to do a little bit of theatrics because I'm all about it. Let's see if this works. Okay, give me a second here. Ladies and gentlefolk, if this works, let's see. I'm too far, apparently. I need to go closer. Designers and that one developer watching the live stream. Please welcome our host, the one and only, except for that other one with the same name that also organizes design conferences. Yes, there's two Bruno Figueiredo's designers organizing designer conferences in Lisbon. Bruno Figueiredo! Here's the thing. First things first, this talk wasn't supposed to exist. Unfortunately, one of our speakers had an inconvenience, so we had to fill a gap. So I thought, why not have fun? But make it somewhat serious. So I'm going to do not a talk, but a game show called Being a Designer. And what is this? It's, well, you ask it because designers ask questions. It's going to be a journey and kind of a parallel, but also a game, of course, sorry, between my experience as a designer and the role of designer in the last 14 years that I've worked as a designer. My context being, I'm Portuguese, I studied multimedia, but I basically work as a brand designer, and I mostly work nowadays with product and systems. And it's going to be 10 questions, 10 prizes. So I'm going to feel like Oprah here. You get a t-shirt, you get a t-shirt. And 10 facts that are probably useless, but you guys will do your thing. Are you guys ready? Okay, let's wake up. I know it's the end of the afternoon. You're going to have a break. No worries. Let's go. First things first, if you can, try and join the Figma slides. It's going to be an interactive session. You can answer by yourself to all of the questions. And then we're just going to choose a random person to get it, I guess. If it doesn't work on the phone, sorry, I'm trying out Figma slides for the first time. I don't know how this works. Give you guys a few seconds for this. It's working or not? Okay, it's Figma, so I can probably do this. Give me a second here. A live update. Let's make, it's just gonna break things. I'm gonna take this text out and I'm just gonna make it about big. Big enough? Well, now it got outside of the frame, apparently. I don't know why. I think I'm breaking our beloved Rita's Mac. Sorry, Rita. Okay, there you go. Let me know if this works. If not, I'll do my best to get you involved into the presentation. So let's start. I'm going to go with question number 1, but first a little bit of context. The year is 2010. Who here started studying or working as a designer around that time? No one? Oh, okay, everyone is too young. Sorry about this, Gen Z. Though CS5 was the major rager, everyone was basically designing in Photoshop, doing illustrations, and I had started working as a freelance graphic designer. So what really is the number 1 question a customer poses you when you're doing this, right? And can you make the logo bigger? Can you share it in a Word file? You know how to photograph too, right? Or all of the above? What you guys think? Let's see, votes coming in. A few votes, all of the above, of course, because I made this one too easy. Okay, and now, without lying, who answered all of the above? Hands up. Okay, there's a lot of people back there. I'm gonna just throw the t-shirt. Whoever gets it, gets it. There you go. You fly outside. Sorry about that. Okay, here's the thing. It was 14 years ago, by the way. And for me, it was already the beginning of the end of graphic design as an age, where design was starting to change a lot of things and technologies were starting to shift how we work. Question number 2. It's 2012. What we now call Web 2.0 was peaking, and everyone was basically on Facebook. And well, now it's only our parents, and we have it to search for the marketplace, right? And I started doing a lot of side hustles and basically trying to build a portfolio because I was about to graduate from college and I wanted to start working. So your customer wants to launch something new. What is it? If it's 2012, what were we working for? Social media. Facebook page, Twitter page, Tumblr page, an Instagram account. And because I know the Tumblr girlies are acting like super easily clicking on that Tumblr page, I really want to know who here is answering a Tumblr page. Come on, hands up, hands up. I see a few hands. Not that many people showing their hands. There's a lot of votes there. Okay, because you guys are more in the back there. I saw a hand, little lady over there. I'm just gonna go and not throw it again. As I said, making it fun. There you go. If the sizes are wrong, come to us afterwards and we'll try to make it better. Here's the thing. It's the time where the birth of social media marketing was a thing. And all of a sudden, we were doing thousands of banners and images and things. Graphic designers were starting to go into digital and not print. It was probably the biggest change. And it was 2 years after I was basically doing posters and ads for food. And it changed a lot of things, right? Facebook pages didn't exist until 2012. 2012 or 2011, I think, was the year that they were created. And not many businesses really knew how to use it. A lot of people had Facebook profiles for their businesses trying to get into social media, which was always weird because it felt like they were answering business messages as if your father was trying to help you solve technical problems. It was always fun. And this already kind of changed a lot. And people were trying to figure out that connectivity, and designers were going after it. So let's talk about question number 3. The year is 2014, and websites, in Portugal at least, finally are starting to be a thing that everyone wants to do. Okay? We're talking 2014, 10 years ago. At this point, the web was already massive, but small businesses everywhere didn't really know what to do. So we had like WordPress or Drupal templates, which was basically always the same thing. And yeah, I was stuck designing the same website in Illustrator, basically just changing fonts and colors, but it needed to be very special and very different. So yeah, your customer wants a new website. What does he expect from you in this stage and this era? A simple, well thought out landing page, your undivided attention to this one project that they're paying you pennies for, a nightmare of information architecture, as if you knew what that was at a time, because no one knew what that information architecture was right out of college, or actually an app. What they wanted was an app, but they didn't know that apps and websites were different things. So yeah. Okay, information architecture. Who here has nightmares with information architecture? Well, those guys were the first ones to raise their hands, so this t-shirt is going to go to that side. Here we go. It's flies. Yeah, touchdown. I know nothing of American football. Okay, sorry. Question number 4. It's now 2016. Sketch is now a standard for UX design, or UX UI design, but guess what? ask whoever you want. By that time, almost no one knew whatever Sketch was, except for the handful of people who loved Sketch and were doing UX design. But it was the rager. It was incredible. No one knew. Everyone was doing websites on Photoshop. And yeah, you're the only one working at a company that actually started working, and I still work today, with a Windows laptop. And everyone was using Sketch, which is a Mac only. And I had to use their files. And I was like, okay. So I found Figma. And today, here I am. So woohoo! Good journey. And yeah, you're really looking to upgrade your skills as a designer, you should learn the latest cool new tool. What you guys think? Do you agree or disagree with this? Well, I have a strongly disagree with an R. I don't know who that is, but I would love to know who the person is. Let's see. Can I see who that person is? It doesn't really say. Who is that R? Over there? There you go. You're a t-shirt. I am with you on that. There you go. Actually, someone today called that a pajama and not a t-shirt. I don't know why. But the fact is, I love Figma. I love new tools. I'm always playing with it. But I'm on the strongly disagree side. It kind of just, it helps you get to other places. But you shouldn't put that much focus on it. But at this point, we were starting, at least in Portugal, to finally start more broadly about UX and UI as a practice, okay? And if you think about, for example, partners like we have on Tangible, who was working on this since 2004, and I'm saying that in the year, for good Lord, 2016, people were actually starting to look at it. Those guys were 12 years before the market to these things. And honestly, they still are probably for almost 20 years today. And the fact is, like, people were actually getting there, but not really. So now let's go to number 5. It's 2018. In case anyone didn't know this, Design Twitter was a thing, which is literally a bunch of product and UX UI designers just having fun and talking about a lot of stuff. They were starting to share their images on Dribbble, which is, there's a typo there. Sorry, Dribbble guys. And everyone was talking about learning how to talk with the business. There is this podcast over there called High Resolution. I adored it. Up until today, people still don't know what I'm talking about because the business doesn't care how you talk with them. They just want to talk about numbers. Here, well, this is the type of stuff that I heard back then. You spent weeks listening to a thought leadership podcast. You are now ready to run all our pitches. I wasn't. I was like very, very unprepared. Up until today, I don't think it was that good, but apparently it happened. So I got a lot of strongly disagrees again here. I'm with you guys. So if you said strongly disagree, hands up. Let's see. Okay, and now I'm going to give to someone here on the front. This lovely lady got her hand up. There's a t-shirt. Again, there you go. I'm just offering t-shirts. I'm not really bringing anything to the conversation. But this was the time that we started hearing much and much more, although this was a long time conversation, that design needed to have a seat at the table. What does that mean? I still don't know, because apparently we have people who are designers who founded companies like Airbnb, and we still talk about designers as if they're not at the table, and everyone complains that they're not at the table. So, yeah. But the fact was that this was probably the year where, not just in Portugal, but on the tech side of things, a lot of people started doing this. So let's go. Question number 6. And I'm speeding up because we're very late. And also because things get faster from this point on. The year is 2020. We all get mandatory detention because of that one bad kid at school. You all know who I'm talking about. And you see the world learn about remote collaboration by force. Who here before 2020 was designing on tools like Figma, that you had to work with others? It's like half a room less with a little hand up. Like, yeah, I think it was before. The fact was, a lot of people only have basically learned about working in silos and everything with Illustrator and whatnot. So you needed to design a new product, but what does your customer think? Well, you're delivering a low fidelity prototype, right? You're delivering me an high fidelity prototype. You can code it too, right? Because this was the age of designers can code, or at least the end of that curve. And the most used term in 2020, you're muted, I can hear you. Still today, everyone knows Zoom is the mess. So who here has suffered with Zoom? You're muted, I can't hear you. Everyone, of course, I think. No? You guys on the left side, there was a lot of hands up, so I'm just going to throw it again. Whoever catches it, catches it. There you go. Still the bouquet, the bride is going to be happy. Collaborative design platforms really started to change the landscape, and people actually from all across the board started using tools like Miro, Figma, and a bunch of others that actually, especially whiteboarding tools, already existed since 2012 or 2014, but people didn't really use them. And that changed a lot of how you work. Here, 2021, Web 3.0 is the buzz. Everyone wants to talk about crypto and how NFTs are the thing, the shit. Who here was tired of the apes? Like, there was apes everywhere. I don't know why, but that was it. At this point, I was already too much focused designing the third iteration of our brand-led design system. Why? Because apparently people thought that brands and marketing are the same thing, and marketing campaigns are brands. Not sure that I agree. Okay, what happens at this time also? Metaverse and everything. So there's this guy that comes out and says, great news, guys. Great news, guys. Oof, this is badly written. Our website is lame. Time to make it all into a VR experience. Good idea, bad idea. Do you guys have an Oculus or something like that? Anyone here actually works for VR in 2024? Really? See, 2 people. You're the cool guys. Here, have a t-shirt. But it doesn't mean that actually is that much space into it. But the fact is that age of the new media started lurking, okay? Now we talk about new devices, new ways of collaboration. This was 2021, was like when the buzz started going in the background. So now we're in 2022, and everyone here that has ever designed design systems had to learn about tokens. Do you guys know what tokens are? I still don't know. Or at least I think I do, but I always find someone who says me something different. So your customer wants a new website. That's a throwback. What does he expect from you? A 2-day turnaround with responsive design that converts perfectly and makes them millionaires. Run it on a P2P network, if you guys know what that is. Make it exactly as I imagined, but not at all because I hate it. An app, actually, because they still don't know when they need a website or they need an app. So, of course, everyone answers the first one. Of course, that's it. Okay, I'm already running out of time. I'm just gonna start up. Let's go. Okay, I think we're at a good point. Raise your hand if you answer the first one. Okay, now to the right side, these guys over here. Let's see if that goes. It was stolen. It was the guys behind you. Oh, come on. No worries. Okay, things are definitely changing a lot faster now, right? You see how I changed from 2 to 2 years to 1 to 1 year. Honestly, I think that now we're on the 6-month cycles, but this was 2022 for sure, the year that we started changing things. Because let's talk about 2023. You guys remember these monstrosities of AI production that were in 2023 and where we are today? The fact is, people were really like, hey, AI is going to change everything. And they were doing weird Will Smith eating pasta shit. They are still doing it today. But the fact is, it started looming. Tools were coming out. GPT-3 was already a thing. And I was just focused on yet another iteration of our design system. So did you start wondering, didn't I do this last year? It is what it is. Like, it's not that we're trying to be any difference or whatever, but it is what it is. It just becomes to a point where maybe we're always doing the same thing. So, Verenica's Kaish. There you go. You were the first one. You get the t-shirt. Here you go. And the fact is, like, wait, how has it been 3 years since 2020 was what everyone was thinking? Because we lost a lot, right? We really got lost there. And then we get here today. The year is 2024. OpenAI has released and unleashed too many GPTs into the world, I think. And you're currently building things that you have no idea how the hell these work because it's not you, it's AI. Or at least that's what everyone thinks that you're doing. And at the end of the day, you get the same thing. What's the number one question that the customer poses you? Can you make this logo bigger? Why so long? My AI does it faster. Can you share it in a Word file? Yet again, all of the above. And, well, this one was very much on purpose. I have the last t-shirt, so I don't know. Hands up for who, like, okay, there you go. Like, that side still has a lot of hands, guys. Sorry, there's a lot of people there. And I'm just going to go and throw it in the middle, and whoever catches it, There you go. I need to get my better throwing end. Okay, we still have a few t-shirts we can offer some of you guys afterwards, but yeah, that's it. Now, this is very loomy, what I'm saying here. It's the beginning of the end of the age of UX UI design, but not what you think. For me, it's like as we know it. And the fact is, probably is like 5 years as we know it, or maybe even 2. Things are changing fast. And all of us here today are talking about a bunch of really cool things. Some of them are timeless, some of them are not. But the fact is the industry and everything that we do keeps changing, and we need to adapt. So what actually really changed? Everything and nothing. Mostly because as a designer, we kind of all always expected to do more. Wasn't that always the case? Wasn't it like the first time where I was like 18, fresh into college, and guys were talking to me saying like, you can do this too, right? With photos, videos, websites, or whatever. Nowadays, it's like, yeah, you can program an app. Yeah, you can run a business. Yeah, you can be a content creator. But on top of design, it always kind of just seems like more and more and more. Maybe it's just time to do less. It's time to slow down, or at least do some good, and focus on what we can do better for the world as a designers, and maybe question some of the things that we do. Thank you. I hope you didn't got anything from it other than I gave free t-shirts. We now have a break. Let me look at the time. It's 4:10. I think it's until 4:45, but someone might have to correct me on that. Let me just open the website, which is basically our source of truth. And then we're going to be joined here for the last 2 talks and our closing session. You guys can just enjoy the break a little bit. Wait. Oh, and yes, this time we have food over there. So if you want to grab a drink or something to eat, there's a few snacks on the background. Just go ahead and enjoy them. See you in a minute.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado,
na oferta nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida. E acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa. Rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível
Tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte e tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso nos ver uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível
Tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível
Tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento
e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento.
É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava.
Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iFrame é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Já para aqui, andamento. Now in English. My people, come here. Andamento. Andamento.
Walking.
Walking.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that some people are still upstairs, but we do have a time to do, because after you guys leave, we still have to disassemble this entire shebang, and that takes time. So, Marco, are we ready to go live? Are we live? How's it is? Are we live or ready to go live? Option 1 or option 2? We're live. Awesome. So I'm talking, okay, I can look here. Oh, there you go. See, completely on the dark. That's how it works. It doesn't really, like, for the people that are at home, unfortunately, we're always backlit. So what they see is just basically our outlines when we speak here, which is fun at the same time because it had some depth of mystery, I would say. But yeah, no worries. We're going to have recordings and everything, so everything is going to be fine. Okay, so you can have this one already. And welcome back to the last batch of sessions for layers. I know it's sad the day is ending. And we're going to start now with Sonia. If the firefighters or ambulance or whatever stops doing the noise on the background. And she's going to be talking about design ops and communities of practice. So I hope you enjoyed the talk. I know some of people that I know over here are part of those communities of practice too, or were at some point in time. So I think they have really cool things to share with you guys. Sonia, the stage is yours.
Fuck me. I'm super nervous. I'm anxious. I haven't been in the stage since COVID. So bear with me. Help me. Beautiful. So guys, how can I just, okay, cool. Please raise your hand if you ever felt isolated, disconnected from your peers, your role, your company, your teams, like feeling alone, the sense of belonging. This was the kind of challenge that we had at OutSystems. Many designers are feeling this way, unfortunately. And that's why we created this thing, this initiative of communities of practice. And today I will be sharing with you that story, because in the end of the day, it's just a story, and a bunch of steps that you can do in your own companies to create communities. Nope, nope. Hey there. I'm Sonia, UX and product design leader. I've worked in many places, B2B, B2C, SaaS products, tech companies, essentially, across many, many industries. Why? Because I'm kind of old already. I've been in this industry for 20 years, 14 as an individual contributor. I started as web designer, and then I evolved into product design roles. And in the last 6 years, I've been leading on-site and remote high-performing teams to build user-centric products that meet business goals. I'm also a mentor and coach, and I'm at the moment building the UXPA chapter here in Portugal. UXPA is an international community. So we are building here an association. You will hear from us very soon. But in the end of the day, I'm just a designer at heart. Our agenda for today. We'll be talking about some context first, the challenge and the problem that we were trying to solve, the solution, and then I'm sorry that I'm always doing this thing. The solution, and I'm saying the solution because it was not only a solution, it was several actions, several initiatives, and this was just one of them. Then we jump into the how to do it, some challenges and lessons we learned, and the results, real world results and examples from those communities. And in the end, a sum up of key takeaways that you can take home and do in your own companies. Why am I doing this? Because I'm not starting with some context. Let me breathe. I was hired at OutSystems as Design Ops Manager with a goal of nurturing and elevating the design culture. And why was this necessary? Because due to the nature of the product, and with this I mean it's a low-code tool, the team was created by engineers and rooted in engineering principles. So mostly of the product designers actually were in the past developers. When they joined OutSystems, they joined as developers that then transitioned into UX roles. A very atypical situation there, to be honest. In 20 years, it was my first time with this shift because I've seen a lot. I've seen graphic designers making the shift. I've seen even health people making the shift, but not developers coming to design. So of course, we were lacking culture. We were lacking standards, quality, consistency, and a sense of belonging and a sense of community that was not healthy. So this lack of these things was not healthy. How do I learn this? I've done some research, spoke with people, interviews, and a survey across results, and it was obvious. We needed to improve the design culture, plus other initiatives. So together with the head of UX, we built a strategy and orchestrated initiatives, and design culture and community was just one of them. We had a lot of things going on, a lot. Meetings, design reviews, work sessions, syncs, Scrum ceremonies as well. So a lot of things going on. I also observed a group of designers that is sitting over there, working in this informal way of discussing design. Just discussing design, being designers, speaking and behaving like designers. Not as developers, not as the product people, not only focus on the business. So I thought, we need to scale these guys. We need to understand how can we make more of this kind of initiatives and create an intentional space where designers can nerd about design, where they can grow their skills and mature their practices. Because we had 4 practices. We were a really big team, so 80-person team of design and research is a lot of designers. Product designers, UX, UI designers, content designers, and research designers. So, and plus ops people like me, and design system people, and research ops people. So a lot of things going on, and a lot of different people as well. So, okay, we are in the business of design, but design it's not about, or it's not just about business. It can be. Design is so much more than that. Design is creativity, is problem solving, is innovation. Do you see developers innovating? I don't see much, like AI stuff. Innovation. Passion. You said it. We are here because of that passion. We are here talking. I'm here talking with all of you. You spend the day here with all of us, connecting, sharing, because you belong, because you feel that sense of belonging, because we have a community, right? And design is also function and also beauty. Why? Because life is too goddamn short for bad design, ugly design. So we want good design. And good design was all that. So that's why we came up with these 4 communities of practice. Product design, UX UI, UX research, content design. And COP stands for Community of Practice. Now breathe. Have a sip of water, because we still have a couple of slides to go. how can you implement all of this in your company, in your team? Maybe you should start by understanding what is a community. I think you all know what is a community because you belong to this Figma strong community, because this is a really solid community. But by definition, a community of the practice is just a group of people who share a practice or a profession or a passion or an expertise, and they come together and share knowledge and learn from each other. That's it. Nothing much more than that. Really simple. And because the community is all about the members, is about people, we start by having conversations, informal conversations, just to measure the temperature, just to understand if these key designers, because you need to identify those key players, you always need to do that in order to influence, right? We want to understand their views on this initiative, if this would welcome, if they would welcome, and if this was something they wanted to do as well. Why? Because communities are all about ownership, autonomy, leadership, and influence people. And from the beginning, we realized this was not a typical top-down initiative. This needed to be much more bottom-up, so we could ensure its success and its longevity. And this longevity was actually a thing, it was a concern to me. So it needed to be bottom-up approach. They needed to feel the ownership, like folks needed to take ownership, like this is my community. I belong here, I lead this, I make decisions, is mine, this is mine. We also need to have rotative leadership. I mean, we defined that. You don't need to do that as well, of course. But because our company is so fast-paced and priorities are always changing and teams, and it's so dynamic, too much sometimes, this needs to be something distributed by everyone, so everyone can help. It's a team effort in the end. And we also needed a space to grow leaders, not managers, because managers, you send them to a training session and they become managers. But leaders, no. Leaders are leaders because they have followers. So people need a space where they could grow their leadership skills and conquer some followers. Understand if they like it to be in this position as well of being leaders and being followed. So the rollout plus the rollout plan was very simple. 6 steps, starting by the first step, define your communities, the number of communities, and, oh, I don't like this shit. Define communities and structure, and some guidelines as well. So we established those 4 and their purpose. We defined those rotative leaderships, and we defined this: 1 community leader per year and 1 moderator per quarter. Why? Because being a moderator is much more work than being a leader. It's more admin work, it's more organize the community, it's more open the door, organize things, and people come in. This is an analogy, of course. So it needs to rotate more because of that. And with clear responsibility, so everyone was aware of their contributions. We also defined or suggested some guidelines for meetings. They could meet once a week or once a month or once in 2 months. It was just up to them. And we also presented some activities, some potential activities they could adopt. So they had an extensive catalog of things to do to keep the momentum. And finally, we secured the leadership support. This is super important. You need to have the leadership buy-in. Otherwise, this kind of things just dies. You need time allocation, you need planning, and you need recognition as well. This is very important. Step 2, you create a pitch deck which is more kind of narrative to sell the vision and make it sexy, make it deliverable, make it desirable. I mean, so people is like, oh, I want to be part of this. So this is cool. You need to create this FOMO. You need to like be excited about this, even with leadership. But with leadership, I would say that they also need to feel included. Leadership is all about that, is dancing the game. So you need to include executives, you need to include several layers of leadership, and it takes a lot of fucking work, but it's like, I promise you guys, it's worth it, because you need to have a lot of conversations and make the game of what's your opinion about that and stuff like that. But this is the only way. So I shared with them as well the ideal community leader profile. Why? Because I wanted to feel them included. I've run an exercise to nominate the potential leaders and moderators. So I could start with some names they approved. Step 3, recruit those community leaders. And here, also make some tweaks to your deck, tailor the pitch to them. But the secret sauce here is make the role really desirable as a privilege. Like, this opportunity that I'm presenting to you, it's a privilege. So whether you take it or not, this will happen. Are you on board? And explain the benefits, which for me is an opportunity for growth and influence, a playground to grow as a leader without being a manager and the boring part of that. So the guys were excited, some of them. We also discussed expectations, normal, and the support they would have, that I would be supporting them on daily stuff. Step 4. Now you go. I said a lot of pitching, a lot of go there, speak with it, speak with them. Now you go and speak with a wider team. So a presentation to the wider team. And here I would say focus more on the activities, because individual contributors and designers in general, we like to do things. We don't like the blah, 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 blah. We like to do things. So we talked about knowledge sharing and workshops and peer reviews and networking sessions and mentoring. So all things to seduce them, to recruit them as members, and generating a bit of excitement and FOMO, but in a positive way. So this FOMO is always in a positive way. We want them to want to belong to these communities. Step 5, and I'm starting to be less nervous, fucking finally. Let me breathe. Set up each community. Help the leaders with a vision. I think here is the most important thing. What do they want to build? What type of community they want to have? Because you are giving them autonomy, but they need some guidance. And you can build several type of communities, more external, more internal, more dynamic, more, you need to define a vision, a mission, a mission like you have on a product. So help them with that, brainstorm that, and help them with operational things like member lists and invites and stuff, like back office admin work. Step 6, and for me the most challenging step. Why? Because metrics is tough. How can we measure the success of this kind of things? It was a bit of a challenge, but we made it. So we established some baseline measurements. We were worried mainly about engagement and impact. So we focus more on this kind of metrics, but understand your context and what are your concerns to define your own metrics. So we planned to implement a survey, really simple and fast, and send it each quarter. And with this, we could track the success and the progress. But this journey was not always smooth, I must say. We faced some challenges and lessons that I will be sharing with you now, so you can also reuse this knowledge. So I think the most surprising thing was this initial resistance, skepticism, where some designers didn't believe in this vision, in the success of this initiative, and that made me sad. But also I learned about resilience, about like, no, bitch, challenge accepted. I'm gonna make this happen, and in a really good way. In a really positive way, and you gonna be part of this. And I made it. And also, when we started to running with those communities, we understood that maintaining the momentum is very demanding. So we need to bring diverse activities and innovation to keep the people interested, to keep people engaged. Also, the rotating leadership, it was a good way, of course, because the people were always rotating, so they were not feeling the heavy workload. Workload it is, so we need to balance with work. So we need to understand what we need to deliver in terms of work and products, and balance the community work with that. And to do this right in a good way and keep healthy on our minds, we need the support of these team leaders. Leadership buy-in, super important here for planning the work, and planning the work with time for this kind of activities. Measuring the impact, I already told you about that, and built-in flexibility. You need to be ready to adapt, because organizations, companies are always changing, and we need to be ready to adapt to those changes. So we learned with all of this that building a strong community of a practice requires patience, requires flexibility, and continuous adaptation. And it's not just about building the community, it's about building a culture that values collaboration and continuous learning, which values like do even more, deliver with more quality. Let's push the boundaries. Results and impact. So here I will show some real-world examples of OutSystems communities. Starting with community of the product design community of a practice. They focus more on external people, external design community. They invited speakers like Pedro from GitLab or Minji from Shopify to speak with us about themes and doubts and just chats about experiences. And this brought us inspiration and fresh perspectives. It was very positive. And also, these events, they were not just for the product design COP. I'm gonna say COP now. It was for everyone. So it was amazing how these guys were doing this and then inviting everyone, and everyone is super excited, and you could feel that good vibe, that energy of, yeah, let's speak with those guys, make the questions. Oh, they do like we are not dumb. So that was good, very positive. UX UI community. I believe they focus more on the practice maturity. They started by running ideation sessions, understanding what needs to be done, how can we work in a more efficient way, and they prioritize design ops activities. So actually, they were like my extended team. They were doing a lot of work, a lot of pro bono work to contribute to the maturity of our UX group. Everyone was benefiting from their work. It was really nice to see. And they tackled challenges like messy Figma files and troubled handovers to developers. With guidelines and templates and Confluence pages and ready-to-use files so people can work with them and have speed and efficiency and consistency across all the product teams. They were a lot, right? The research COP, they focus more, they had 1 hour per week on Thursdays where they discussed everything's research, projects, not projects, personal things. It was their time. It was really nice to see that happen in time. But they organized this annual event, the UXR meeting point, where they invited people from Zendesk or Deus to speak about AI in research, so hot topics. And they became a reference in the tech industry, not only the research industry, but the tech industry. They were organizing super pro in-person events with swag, with coffee breaks, with really smooth things, and I observed many profiles, not designers, attending those events. So it was really nice to see how they matured this kind of event organization. And lastly, the content design COP. These guys use this space to keep connected. They were the less numerous team. They were maybe 4 or 5. And they were alone across the product teams, so distributed across the product teams. So they use this space to work on peer reviews, to break silos, and to evolve this product language and style guide. So our products could have a more consistent language style. And today, some angel sent me this, saying that, Sonia, look at this. We have done a branding to the communities. I'm super excited with this. We had table tennis competition on our group, and I was so proud of them. My heart was like, she didn't see my face, but I was like with some tears, because I was like, oh my God, my baby is. So yeah, they are doing amazing things, because I'm not at OutSystems anymore, so I was not aware of this. And each brand, each group, each community has their own brand. And we also have a new community that is the front-end community. That this was a project, was my last project that I worked with one of them as well. And we made it. So I'm very proud of that as well, because this will help the team to propagate this design mindset and to evolve the design system and make more and better products. They are doing ping pong Olympics, but also stuff more work-oriented, like this one, and research activities as well, and with external people as well, but in a more smaller scale. So really nice to see that these communities, they keep alive even before I left the company. And I left the company in April. So a lot of months, and things are still evolving. Really proud of you guys. Thank you. Obrigada. These initiatives really showed, I'm finishing, Bruno, promise, just more 3 slides. These initiatives really showed that the communities were transforming the design culture across all the teams and practices. We saw more collaboration, improved design quality. That was a concern, a leadership concern. And I kind of made a promise these communities would help with that. And consistency and job satisfaction. So I saw the guys happier, and that made me happy as well. They were much more happy because they were not alone anymore. They had that feeling of community, that sense of belonging that you as a human being need to be happy. So final thoughts, so you can go home and go bold. 1, you need to have in mind that you need to make this thing desirable. A really cool deck, sexy imagery, nice illustrations. You saw José's talk, you guys loved, hire him to draw your illustrations. really nice visuals and a really nice pitch, compelling pitch. Leadership buy-in. You need to have those people on board, all of them. Executives, manager, team leads, everyone that impacts decisions. Empower from the bottom up. Let the team own and drive the community. You are just in the back office helping them. It's their stage. They will shine and you will just help. Provide some guidance, but give them the autonomy to make decisions. And also have their back, even if those decisions are not the best ones. Just stick with them so they feel confident. If they fail, what's up? They fail. We are just talking about pixels, man. We are not doctors, so chill out, right? Be patient. A lot of patience. I think I only felt like my mission of nurturing and elevating the design culture of this big team after 3 years. So 3 fucking years. It was a really long journey, ups and downs, a lot of politics as well, which is normal, but a lot of conversations and organizational changes, organizational culture takes time. And stay flexible. Adapt your approach, adapt your narrative, adapt everything to the person that you are talking to, so they can relate, so they want to be part of it. And this journey wasn't a walk in the park, for sure. So this initiative actually became the most fulfilling and joyful piece of work that I've done at OutSystems, and that's why I'm sharing it with you here today. Otherwise, I would not, of course, or maybe I. But this wouldn't be possible without this team. And these guys are just a couple of them, but they are key. They were the first round of design leadership. They were the ones that helped to define what those communities are, and they believed. And people sometimes just need that. They need someone to believe them. So thank you, OutSystems team. We have here a couple of them. Please, claps for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. And I'm pretty sure that some of us are going to go outside of here and try to create something at least similar in our teams. And with that, we're going to move into our final talk of the day. Well, we have a closing session, but it's not that talk. So yeah, thank you, Sonia. High five, low five. You can see it over there, no worries. And I'm going to ask Seb de la Guardia on stage. Welcome, Seb. Okay, let's see. Here's the clicker. It's working. There you go. And I hope that Seb was really reticent to be here today because he said, oh, I'm not a UX UI. He does a lot of cool shit. You guys are going to love his presentation. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Seb, the stage is all yours.
All right. First and foremost, thank you to Bruno and to Raquel for having me over. Thank you, everyone, for staying. I know I'm kind of like the deep house DJ at the end of the festival. Yeah? Better? So I know I'm closing off this day, so I'll try to make it as fun as possible for you guys. So whatever's going on behind me is kind of the stuff that I do. I'm a brand designer. I usually work in branding projects and various either Portuguese or international projects. Large-scale projects are my passions. I do a lot of football, soccer, sports, music, and yeah. I'm just showing you this because I'm going to show you a lot of ugly shit. So this is just a point of comparison. So this is what I do, and I'm somewhat proud of it. And what I'm going to show you is like the ugly stuff, the underbelly. So I hope you don't, I hope you don't take me the wrong way. But yeah, boring stuff out the way. I'm an independent creative director, brand designer. I work with these people and a few more. Actually, Jonas Brothers was the first client I ever had as an independent designer, so that was fun as hell. Also, thank you to Sonia. I don't know where she is for cursing. I'm gonna definitely curse in this presentation. And I'm also the founder of Descomunal, which I'll explain a bit better. So I also did these things. I worked at Future Days, Innovation Think Tank. I worked at Kitsch, a food tech startup, and Unlock Brands in Lola Moulin in Paris. So the point of this conversation, the point of this talk right here, came from this. So this was an event that we hosted in Porto called Ansiosamente, and we, as Descomunal is a similar to Friends of Figma, but more brand design, editorial, that illustration, that kind of stuff, more oriented to those areas. And we realized that a lot of creative people are suffering from burnout, suffering from anxiety, suffering from imposter syndrome. I'm sure a lot of people in this room are suffering from the same things, or have, or will, hopefully not. So we had a psychologist come over to Porto and talk about this, basically dumb it down for us and explain how we can overcome and why all of this happens in creative jobs. And what we realized is one of the things that is kind of a fuel for imposter syndrome and anxiety and burnout is social media. And one of the things is every time we go online, we see these great studios, these great agencies or companies doing great work. And then you look down at your computer or your notebook and you're doing shit or boring or ugly or whatever. And it's a tough point of comparison, and it's tough to be online and look at great shit and then having to do that grunt work and it leads to chaos. So basically, the whole point of this conversation is me showing you the underbelly, my ugly shit. So just as a point of relativity, I guess. And the point is, there's no such thing as bad work, kind of. But the point is, the bad work that we do leads us to do better work, or at least it's a good lesson, and it's part of it. It's part of the job. So how I kind of split this is part one is short stories, is just a bunch of ugly stuff, and then a little story of a struggle that I had with a specific project. So how I approached this talk is I went on my hard drive and I searched for the ugliest, the weirdest, and the toughest projects I've ever done. This is a very nasty exercise in vulnerability because it's tough to show this, even sometimes to just look at it just for myself in my own hard drive, and I'm just broadcasting it here. So bear with me. All right, and everything you're going to see is for your eyes only. I know this is going to be broadcast, but I hopefully don't get fired from my next job because maybe I shouldn't be showing you some of these things. Okay, let's go into it. Short stories, weird stories. So first one is, this is a paying job. I was asked to go on Midjourney and imagine how Deadpool would look all dressed in Burberry. So this was an actual job. This was very weird to me. One of the few jobs I've ever had as an independent designer, so weird one. Also, same client, but this was fun as hell, by the way. Same client asked me to imagine if Barbie was in Star Wars, and let's notice how Midjourney kind of evolved since last year, and Barbie going into the multiverse, whatever. Then a fellow colleague asked me said, oh, my kid drew this awesome logo for his journal, and how could I say no to actually design this as a logo? So I obliged. I was working in Paris while they won the World Cup, which as a Portuguese person and Spanish person was hard because they're very intense with their celebrations. So the agency had a client that was a goat cheese brand. So we had to design an Instagram post to celebrate that they won the World Cup. So this was one of the weird ones, but also a similar thing with a baby wipes. So this was one proposal. This was the other proposal for a baby wipe brand that wanted to celebrate France winning the World Cup. It's a bit of a head scratcher. Okay, so these are the weird ones. Then we have stories that aren't to your taste or my taste, meaning stories or projects that are a bit ugly or projects that I wish I didn't need to do. So one of those was a campaign for autumn sales for Freeport. If you're Portuguese, this has a specific connotation. This is related, this fashion outlet is connected to one of the biggest corruption scandals ever in the history of the country. So it's a weird one we didn't know at the time. And also, it took a long time. Like all the brand was designed, and then it was like a month of choosing the right image to signal there was autumn. So it was like a pomegranate, then a leaf, then another leaf, then a different leaf, then a tree trunk. Then we worked at Renascença. Yes, it's what you see. We worked at Renascença. And it's a Portuguese radio, quite a big radio. And surprisingly, this is quite a big campaign. This was 4 or 5 years ago. You might have seen this like in the city and in the buses. So this was quite a big campaign. And the creative director thought it was a good idea to make a balloon an ear. I don't know. It also means free your ears. Yeah, okay, then just boring car stuff. It's always boring. Cars are kind of exciting, and it's always boring work. I don't know why. But yeah, more boring client. And then tolling. Who could have thought that there was a designer designing a toll booth? Okay, then stories that seem fun but aren't. So these were projects that initially came to my desk, and I was like, this is cool. But no. So I designed exhibition stands for an Angolan telecom company. This was weird. Also another one, and there were like 5 more of these. And this is the first project I've ever done, like a paying project. So this was like 10 years ago. I was very proud of this. This took me a long fucking time. And I was especially proud of this little cock. It took me also a long time to draw this cock, and it looks terrible. So sorry. All right, then boring stories. So stories to fall asleep to. Just boring projects. Catalog for a merchandising company, campaign for Summersby. And this was boring and hardworking because we shot all of this. Like we got a photographer, we went to a restaurant, we shot this, we like placed the little everything like this, and it still ended up looking boring. And then a van, which kind of looks nice for a meat company, but it was like one and the other, and is like, and the details are so similar. Yeah. And then the best one, a catalog for a tractor company in France. This was incredible. Okay. So now I ask you if this is bad work. I mean, I don't think so. It's work that let me make a lot of mistakes. It's work that let me learn my style, learn what I liked and don't like to do. And it's most of all work that let me test shit out. So that was pretty good for me. That's why I think all of this, that's part of it, is good work. I gained, and we all gained, valuable, realistic experience with all these projects into what clients need. And for designers, I don't know if you feel the same way that I do, but a lot of times, what I want out of the project is not what the client wants out of the project. I might want something that's super cool, and it's not aligned with their business needs or whatever. And it's a hard pill to swallow sometimes. And it made me understand that sometimes all these things aren't needed. Maybe the little Instagram post to celebrate France winning the World Cup is more important than something else that I thought would be cool. I can also understand and master different client aesthetics. So a detergent company and I don't know, cheese company won't have the same aesthetics. And for me, it was nice to be versatile in both and learn how to work in both. And also allow me to learn resilience, which for me was really tough. I used to give up really easy and go on to the next project and the next project and never finish anyone. And it allowed me to learn resilience, which to me, it was important as talent. All right, deep breath on my end, not on yours. This is part 2 now. I'm going to switch gears a bit and tell you a story of a struggle. Now we can argue that this is good or bad work, but for me, it's tough work. Hardest projects I've ever done. It took a lot of twists and turns, and yeah, I'm just going to show you. So I took a little lessons along the way. So first chapter in this book is don't judge a book by its cover. And namely, if the book has this little logo at the top. So it was February 2020, just 1 month before, I don't know if you heard, there was a global pandemic 1 month later. This came to my desk. There was still a desk. It was not a home desk. It was still a desk. And this came to my desk. And at the time, it was probably the biggest project I've ever had worked at the time. So I was super excited. But as soon as I opened this book, which is a PDF file, but as soon as I opened the book, I kind of realized there's a lot of constraints within this. This is the collection of logos that they were doing in the past. So this is FIFA Under 20 World Cup. So it's not the World Cup that you'll see on the TV, but it's the Under 20, so slightly younger people. So this is the collection of logos that they had so far. So you can already imagine the aesthetics, and you can imagine the constraints, and you can already see like, this is not going to be as fun as I thought initially. And then there's a lot of rules, and then there's a lot of demands. And this is for a pitch. This is not even a paying client still. This is a pitch, and they want like a logo, then a mascot, then a word mark, then an animation, then whatever. So this is all for a pitch, and they want it 3 times because they want 3 different routes with 3 different strategies and concepts. So hard work for a pitch. But yeah, let's go into it. So this is Indonesia. I know nothing of Indonesia. Let's spend a month researching Indonesia. Awesome, learned amazing things. In love with Indonesia, never been. So researched architecture. This is a massive church somewhere in Indonesia. A research scripts, research printmaking. This is batik. It's a sort of tradition of stamping colors on top of colors in textiles. They do dresses, they do everything with this. Festivities, the dragon is a religious festivity, masks, whatever. We researched for a month. And we ended up or I ended up with this. This is called the Gunungan. I'm saying it Portuguese accent. I don't know if you actually say it like this, but it's a religious artifact, and it basically symbolizes the tree of life. You have a little door at the bottom, then the tree goes up, and you can have animals, you can have creatures, you can have leaves, various different things along the tree. So I built a logo out of it. This is where you come in and you can say, this is good work or bad work. It doesn't really matter. It's the aesthetics that fit the project. So that was also a lesson for me to learn. And these types of logos have a ton of information within them. So there's the trophy and the little heart and the soccer player and the architecture within the rings. And there's a lot of like there's logos within logos. And yeah, then you apply it to everything else, like the stadiums, the city decor, just flags, I don't know, billboards around the city. So this is kind of how we imagined the brand could look in the actual tournament, So this was my contribution to this project. And then there were 2 other contributions. And mine was more religious, higher ground. That's why it says step up every time. Step up means, it's these rings that you could step up. So you're under 20, you're trying to step up to the big leagues. So that was the concept on this part. And then the others, this one here was more about the flow. Indonesia has a ton of islands, so it was more about the flow of football, but also the flow of the different islands within Indonesia. And then the other one is based off of a really big statue for a mythical beast that I forget the name in Indonesia, but it's one of the biggest statues ever in the world. So, chapter 2, be resilient. There's always room for improvement. This is where my resilience came in. These are 3 rounds, probably in the back and even in the front. You won't tell the difference. This is 3 different rounds of different logos, and there were 20 or 30 of these, like small tweaks, more red, less red. Like these were, a lot of different routes, and a lot of resilience was needed to hear the feedback from the client and make adjustment over adjustment over adjustment. And then the client shows something different, which was also good for my resilience. And this helped me learn that sometimes in the beginning of my career, I would look at feedback and I'm like, fuck this. They don't know what they're talking about. I know what's best. I'll do what's best. And in this project and similar projects, I learned that a lot of times good work can come from collaboration. And if you take the other person as a collaborator, the work can become much, much better, other than a fight between a designer and a client or a designer and someone else. So I started approaching projects this way. So the client chose this other route about the flow, but then the designer went off the project and I had to pick it up. So this was also a bit difficult. I'll pick up someone else's work. But I did, and this was chapter 3, be humble. You can also relax. Good work only comes from collaboration. Maybe someone else, the other designer, was good as well. Maybe I can collaborate with him somehow and make something better. So I try to. We reimagine these islands as like an island for football and an island for the trophy and the fans. And again, I don't know if this is good design or not. It's not my aesthetics, but it fit the project. So we tried to do this whole thing. And we designed it, did the whole thing. Again, various routes of refinement and refinement and refinement. And then something unexpected happened. It was the beginning of Israel-Palestine war, and Indonesia decided to ban Israel, so FIFA removed Indonesia for the title of this World Cup. So all the work for like a year was fucked in like seconds for nothing that we ever did, like no connection to us. But it's part of it. So, final chapter, be realistic. Things can and will go wrong in ways that you don't expect. I would never anticipate that Israel and Palestine would impact a design work that I was doing from Lisbon. But yeah, it happened, and that's totally okay. I mean, this is what I'm saying to myself. In conclusion, and I'm let you get a beer in like 2 minutes. This is what I learned from doing this talking and like over the years, basically. Doing bad work kind of makes you good. I'm good now, or I'm better now than I was when I was doing all these projects, because I learned to be resilient. I learned to be versatile. I can now adapt to different clients and different aesthetics and geographies and nationalities and cultures. I understood client needs much, much better. And I gained a lot of humbleness. I was a bit arrogant in the beginning of my career, I'll admit it. And it lets you master your craft and gain a lot of valuable real world experience. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Seb. And I apparently speak very loudly. I was going to say yes, I want to let you guys go, but we still have to do a really quick closing session. If you give me just a little second to bring this up. Okay. I thought that I had left it open, but I didn't, so just stay with me a little sec. Me and Raquel just have a few things to share with you guys. And we will ask you a few things. But first things first, goodbye. Well, not yet. We would love to know, show of hands, if you guys want a final Q&A with the speakers, if you want to share some questions or not. If you're just tired, we're more than happy to give you guys the time back and we can just go upstairs and chill. Okay, fine, no worries. Still speakers, we will ask you to join us on stage later to get a photo. Just a little sec. Okay, thank you. And maybe Raquel, you can say a lot of the thank yous, right?
Yes. So to our 600, I'm terrible with numbers in English, sorry. 650 attendees, which were online in person, to our 55 amazing speakers from across the globe, to our 18 appealing talks, to our incredible partners, a huge thank to you. Thank you. Also to our amazing volunteers that join us today, Francisco and others, and especially Bruno's dad, that is not here. From the backstage, it was very helpful for us. And also to our great staff team, and let's consider Bruno our Michael Scott in a way. So yeah, just a big thank to all of you, and thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy it, and thank you from Friends of Figma Portugal. So applause to you.
One more thing, well, 2 or 3, just because we actually have at least 2 winners to announce for Design FAO tickets, and they are Rita do Mar and Mariana F. Souza. Our social teams really love to see your posts. So send us a message afterwards and we'll get you guys your tickets to attend the conference in Faro. And now, really finally, one last thing. As we said, the community is very important for us on everything we do. This conference is being made for the community, by the community. Everyone that is here today are people that we really love to share space and time with, great conversations. But you guys are that community, so you guys should also decide where we go next. So what we're going to do is, in Portugal, we're going to give everyone the chance to vote for whatever city you want us to take layers afterwards. We don't want to be Lisbon-centric. We never wanted that. That's why we're Friends of Figma Portugal and not Friends of Figma Lisbon. So you guys are going to receive an email asking where you think we should go next. And next year, we're going to try and take layers to whatever cities you guys decide. Any city in Portugal, or if it's not a city, any other, I'm being told something, I don't know what, but I'm going to grab my phone and try to understand. Oh, and I have the winners of the special kit, but I'll give that in a second. And you will have mail. So thank you and see you soon. And apparently I need to say that, well, I'm just going to put these on the microphone.
Está a funcionar? Está a funcionar. Olá. É para dizer os nossos nomes? Se quiseres. Não, não é preciso. Ok. Nós somos muito dedicados ao Figma. Nós ontem estivemos num mega convívio com milhares de pessoas e saímos de lá totalmente cansados, super tarde. E mais do que cansados até. Mais do que cansados. E o nosso objetivo foi dormir uma horinha quase direta para virmos para aqui, porque sabíamos que valia mesmo a pena. Sim. 7h15, saí de Coimbra para vir para aqui. Gostamos muito do Figma. E vamos depois voltar para casa ainda hoje. A pensar no Figma. A pensar no Figma. Mas sim, essa é a nossa história e pronto, somos pessoas dedicadas à causa. Obrigada.
And these are the guys who are going to get our social kit. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. 2 things. If you want to go upstairs, grab some beer, have yourself a little time. If you still want to check some of the Pitch Yourself presentations, some people are going to try and do it now. If you want to check it out and support their small projects, they're fast, they're quick, you can hang around. Tonight is Chilean night, so if you want to stay up, good music, good food, and the rooftop is going to be open until 24 hours, so midnight. Thank you, everyone. See you soon.